All right, assuming that everything works this time, we'll be getting started. There we go. All right, so with that in mind, let's get started here. Ace Attorney. All righty. Now, with all that said and done, and hit the go button. All right. So, hello everyone, and welcome back to more Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Trilogy. Today I got Doom here with me. Say hi, Doom.
Hello, people. Hello, people.
And today, once the epic music kicks in, today we are going to finish off the final DLC case of the game. So, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? Last time we left off, we took down Queen Garan, the Harlot Witch.
Yep, she be gone like hell.
Oh, wait.
Hello, you learned the wrong thing.
Oh, no, I didn't load the wrong thing. It's just, it's... You know what, maybe I did load the wrong thing.
Yeah, you can always just leave out of it and go back to the menu.
Yeah, I gotta go back to the menu. Okay. Let's not save. Yes. Alright, so, before I forget, I'm also gonna change the costumes back. As awesome as the tiger is, it just doesn't really fit for what's gonna be happening next, I don't think.
Yes, sir.
Alright. So let's close there. Go to episodes. Go to the special episode. Turnabout Time Traveler. It's time to begin. The final DLC case of the game that I know even less about than the main game, which is saying something.
Oh boy.
Ooh, cutscene. Shush.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back to that blissful moment. It's almost time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
September 21st, 10:13 a.m. Right Anything Agency. So apparently we're dealing with time travel in this case. Fuck! If you know anything about time travel, you know it's really, really fucking complicated. Hello, Meowly. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry about the late start. We had a little technical difficulty. TLDR, I completely forgot I was on VPN, and OBS doesn't like it when you try to stream on VPN. I learned that the hard way. Anyways. Yeah, time travel is going to be fun!
Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic pants appear, I do a backflip into a handstand, then blow out the candle?
Right, streaming VC, sure. Why not? Alright, there we go. Alright.
No, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena.
Trucy, what are you and Athena up to?
Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show.
Have you now?
I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's human cannibal this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know?
You made your bed, Athena, now you've got to lie in it.
No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already.
My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office.
And since when did you become the head of this office, Dad? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here?
You got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter, and a magician.
And a damn good one. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Write Anything Agency.
Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean.
If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm gonna forget everything I ever learned.
Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Suspicious!
Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? I bet you made more money back when you played the piano.
Wait, the fuck? Larry, what the... What are you doing here? I agree, poor Athena there, Meowly, but, Larry, what the hell are you doing here? We haven't seen you since the 3rd game. This is the first time Larry's appeared for the entire trilogy. What are you doing here, my guy? Yo, long time no see. Larry? I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? Some big news, that's what. Okay.
Who's this guy, boss?
This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now.
All right. How do you do?
Hi?
That dress! Is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright! Sprocket Aviation is a really, really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short?
Yeah, of course I do. That does sound familiar.
Well, it's run by the Sprocket Aviation.
I see. What is the Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So, actually, we decided to get married. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figured it's time to finally settle down. What? You're getting married? No way, I don't believe this. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you. The green's really not your color, you know. All right, Larry, lay it on me. So, again, for context, Larry Butts is an old friend of mine and an aspiring picture book author. As we used to say, when something smells, it's usually the butts. We haven't seen Larry since the 3rd game in the entire series. I think. Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Let me double check. Larry Butts. Google Ace Attorney Wiki. Da 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 da. Where is it? Yeah, we haven't seen Larry since Bridge to the Turnabout. Technically. According to the wiki, it turns out I did the games in the wrong order. He's supposed to be meeting up with us in the events of another game, but I just couldn't help myself, you know? In any case, yeah, hold on, let me just double check how long it's been since we've seen this poor guy. And I quote, since Phoenix last saw him, it's been... Let's see here. Yeah, it's been 10 years. It's been 10 years at least. Oop. Uh-oh. Wrong button. There we go. Now we're back. All right. So, Larry, you getting married. In all seriousness, though. Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like, love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Ellen?
Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another.
Hmm? Poor Larry.
I'm in love with Soren. Not you.
Say what? That's about what I thought. But, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married?
As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you.
This is not happening. I even shook off the police for you, and for what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you just say you shook off the police? Yes! We had to because we're lovers on the lam! Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on here? Yeah, the poor guy got cucked yet again.
To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect.
Murder? They think you killed someone.
I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell on me. They had me confined as a separate room. And that's when Larry came along and helped me escape.
I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick! You know we were gonna elope! We were gonna put it all on the line for true love! But then the police tried to stop us, and we had to scramble to shake them off. What could go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on.
Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV.
TV? More news on the murder suspect and an identified man on the run for the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Bloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh?
Nick, what's he gotta do? He's done me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. Larry, you idiots. It hasn't even been 10 minutes and I'm already sick of you. It's good to see you, Larry. Welcome home. I haven't seen you in ages, though. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? Man, you really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Laurice Denim. I can't believe you didn't know that I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Yep, it's the butts, Mealy.
Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Francis Whippity Whip Trip, right?
Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about that one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the hell, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. What? The heart-shaped pork chop. It's not a pork chop! He's the main character of my latest picture book. Lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows and more. Q Piglets. You can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Q Piglets Lovey-Dovey Love. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores now or never. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy instead, will you? I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm here. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy?
Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean as pure as this pure white dress.
No psych box. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run. Ugh, what am I getting myself into?
There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you.
Oh?
You might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler.
I'm not sure I follow.
After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in an instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck, and I went back in time to just before the reception started.
Mm-hmm.
Only, this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history has been rewritten.
Well, I guess you made a wish on a monkey's paw then. Boy. This should be interesting, don't you think? Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... Uh-oh! What's going on?
Mr. Wright! There are police cars outside! Not just one or two, but a whole bunch! Dad, a whole squad of officers have the building surrounded!
Now, let's see. I refuse to believe time travel is real in Ace Attorney, but even then, considering spirit channeling is a thing and more... You know, honestly, now that you bring that up, Doom, I'd kind of buy it, being brutally honest. I'd buy it if this is the real thing. Also, Mealy, screw you for your wish for knowledge. You and I both know what that means, and I still don't forgive you. Or Moss. Ugh. For context, monkey's paw in Phasmophobia. Ugh. Okay, now then. What? This is the police. There's no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know.
I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3, 44, 45. Okay, wow, talk about overkill.
Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiling faces and their warm home-cooked meals. Yeah, who the heck are you? Detective? Now hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait! Emma?
Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright?
Emma.
Sorry for all the commotion.
Okay, so what in the world is going on?
Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who holed himself up in here with the murder suspect after he made off with her.
And the fleet of patrol cars?
The police are being extra careful because apparently a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb." I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about.
Larry?
Well, the police were being persistent, so I had to do something, so I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick.
Please, please leave me out of this. Oh, criminal justice major brain is screaming at him right now. Oh, no.
Okay, we can salvage this. If you two go peacefully, we can talk them down and make this an actual case instead of, you know, a kangaroo court. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center.
I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry.
Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away.
Listen, Larry, I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not.
But I know you will, because it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip it on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh?
You better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise after all.
That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take any more. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes.
Oh! Fun fact, the longest time that a person has held their breath, I believe, is 17 minutes. Let me double check. World record holding breath. Here we go. Wow, okay, I was very wrong. The current world record for the longest breath held voluntarily is 24 minutes, 37 seconds. My God. 25 minutes. The man who did that is a fucking stallion. I thought the record was 17 set at a magic show. This is incredible.
Stop, I'm begging you. Run. She's getting away. You get back here, Athena.
I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, I guess we better get to the detention center and ask Ms. Wyatt some questions. Especially about that whole time-traveling business she was on about. So, fun fact, I missed out on an achievement. The achievement is, during every single case, you go back to the office and look at Charlie. Charlie looks as lush and as green as ever. Thanks to Athena taking such good care of him. I guess it should pinch in every once in a while too, huh? I bet we're the only office in existence that uses magic props as furniture. But at this rate, Trucy's props are gonna wind up taking over the whole office. I mean, they're already halfway there. I haven't played this old thing in a long time. Not that I could ever play it to begin with. Considering all the complaints I'd get, I guess I better just continue not to play it. Maybe I should tidy this place up every once in a while. Still, I bet we're going to use all this stuff sometime soon again anyways. So it's probably better to just leave things where they are. My man's putting it into words! Finally! Apollo's jacket, Athena's notes, and Trucy's magic promise. Not that I'm complaining. It's nice to know that my friends and family are always close by. That's the difference between a house, a building, and a home. A home is home. It's lived in. You can see the mess, the heart and soul of the building. That's what's important. That's the distinction. This office might look messy, but at least I keep all of my clients' personal info safe under lock and key. That's what a successful man does, right? Puts his efforts where they count. Amen, Phoenix. Amen. All right, let's get moving. To the detention center! Well then, at the very least, it didn't change you out of your wedding dress. September 21st, detention center visitors room.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright.
Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a couple of questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet.
What? Ow. Mm-hmm.
Hey.
You're not going to take my case?
Where did you get the frying pan?
Is a Rapunzel, you know?
No. Where did you get that? The police aren't that bad at their jobs. How did you sneak that in with you?
Gotta remember who run the whole offices, though.
This is the police detention center, my guy. They're not that bad. Especially after especially after Edgeworth took over and made sure things were nice and tidy again. They're not this incompetent.
Well, I guess when Edgeworth finds out, I guess he's ducking the pay.
Oh yeah, someone's getting fired for that one.
I'm never gonna be happy!
Excuse me a minute, folks. I need to take a screenshot of this. Because that is a new emote. It's hysterical. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Excuse me a minute, folks. I need to go beat the shit out of the bots. Already. Let's see here. Go to Twitch. And... let's see. Report for bots. Submit report. Block this user. A ban. And a ban. Yippee. That's another bot beaten up. But yeah, I had to turn this into an emote. Miss Wyatt, what the? Did I do something wrong? Miss Wyatt, please calm down.
I'm innocent, I tell you. But the police won't believe me. Neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell.
All right, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying and stop with the clanging.
Really? You will?
Ugh. The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anyone. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wright.
There. gonna be all right. Now try to pull yourself together.
All right, just give me a moment.
Yeah.
That was quick. I don't think those were crocodile tears, but that was fast. Emotional imbalance, maybe? I don't know.
I'm truly grateful to you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright.
Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. Okay. So tell me about the suspicion of murder, would you? Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident.
All right. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury.
Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim that the news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking any questions. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! Oh, hi there, Petal. Oh, hi there, Kettle. That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you?
No, but,
But what?
well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married.
Geez, jealous much? What a loser!
Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant.
That pendant?
Yes, it was a gift for my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it was a symbol of our love.
And so you made a wish on it?
Now, you may think that what I'm about to say is very strange, but I begged the pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. You know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started.
So that's the time traveling thing you mentioned back in my office? Okay, I'm sorry, but I have to say, that's pretty unbelievable.
Unbelievable!
No crying again!
I knew you'd never believe me!
Nick. Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep that could kill her. Also, I'm stealing your objection pose. Oi! Sure, Larry, sure.
But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren's made. I begged for help and it really did send me back in time.
Is she listening to herself?
I even experienced the reception again, even though we've held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all.
Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder?
Well, after the reception ended, the second one I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself.
Oh, hold on. Cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your wedding day?
For my last task as the servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet.
I see.
I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. And that's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern.
So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right?
That's right. I just came across it by accident. I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him.
Of course it's the in-laws!
So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Well, we can at least add Ellen's pendant to the thing.
Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing, too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Yes, good idea, Larry.
Okay, so real quick. Nope, not history. Court record. Can I see the... I cannot. So, Ellen Wyatt doesn't have a pun name as far as I'm concerned, but her husband, Soren Sprocket. They are leaders of an airline company, and his name is Soren. Like soaring. Like flying. Aha. Okay, so about this shadowy figure you were on about. So what's this shadowy figure you saw, Ellen?
It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind.
Wait a second.
You did. Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was?
I'm afraid not.
Have you told anyone else about this?
I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They say it was all just a dream.
I can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you.
Of course it wasn't!
That would be funny as shit, though. If Larry was the one who wound up to be the guy who clubbed the other guy in the back of the head, that'd be funny as shit. It would be a massive headache for us, but it'd be funny. All right, back to the wedding. Actually, real quick, I need to go take care of one little thing on YouTube. I just need to... Let's see, where is it? Go to my dashboard, I think it is. Content. Here it is, content. Let's just go ahead and delete the... There we are. Now, the old stream from today, the one that's broken, is gone. Abracadabra, it's all fixed now. Now then, the wedding, if you would be so kind. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right?
That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all.
Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me were bound by fate, I'm telling you. We were meant to be together.
What?
Larry,
You're wrong, Larry.
never been so right, baby. It's as plain as a goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Ugh. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What is he like?
His name is Soren Sprocket.
Are you ironing the dress you're wearing? That's a horrible idea. Stop that. No.
His name is Soren.
What's that?
That's the idea that she's doing.
You are very mumbled, my guy.
This is the idea she's doing up her own dress while wearing it.
I can't hear you.
Why isn't a bad thing what she's doing with her dress while wearing it? No,
Because irons get incredibly freaking hot.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny.
Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... Oh, it's just a shirt.
That's right, the next president of Sprocket Aviation.
Wait. He's in line to take over the company? Huh. He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice, clearly.
Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There is no comparison.
Ellie, you're breaking my achy breaky heart. So she's marrying it into money, huh?
I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Ah, my Soren.
He's gonna be the culprit, isn't he? I guess I've asked her all I can for now.
Spick and span, spick and span.
Ellen, what are you doing?
I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby coming into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span, spick and span.
She is having a nervous breakdown. Okay, let's hope we can wipe away all this suspicion from you soon as well. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am! If I solve this crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills,
Ellie might change her mind about me, you know?
you never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Wait, mooring dock. Mooring dock?
So what's the name?
A mooring dock. As in hot air balloons. No, as in blimps. Zeppelins. This is amazing. I love blimps. They're awesome.
Unless it's in work, that's a different story.
Let me put it to you this way. A blimp is so much cheaper than an airplane. It's not even funny.
But it's very much slower.
Yes, they are much slower, but that's because they don't have jet engines on them. Think of it like this. A blimp is like a train, while a plane is like a race car.
Yeah, that makes sense. No,
And believe it or not, blimps are actually just as safe as airplanes. Hindenburg was a one-time thing. Well, not really. There were other catastrophes like that, but Hindenburg is the most well-known one. But still, they are very safe. It's just that whenever they show up in media, they tend to explode. I don't know why. Fun fact.
Hindenburg stereotypes?
Yeah. Fun fact. There is a tower on the top of the Empire State Building in New York City. That tower is actually a mooring mast. That's how the Empire State Building was made to be able to dock with Zeppelins and blimps. That's how popular they were back then.
Oh, damn.
And even nowadays, I think they're still in use, you know, outside of advertising for the Super Bowl.
The Goodyear blimp.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that
yeah.
one.
Yeah, that one. I think there are still other companies that use blimps. And this is a brilliant idea. The Flying Chapel. Just imagine how romantic and amazing it would be to be married in the sky. Just, oh, it would be beautiful.
It sounds certainly like something.
Hold on, I need to look up and see if there's anybody who's actually doing this in real life, because if not, I've got $1 million opportunity here. Oh. So, fun fact, I'm not the first to think of this. The Goodyear... So it turns out, outside of the Super Bowl, the Goodyear blimp can be rented out for marriages.
Are you serious?
Yep. Goodyear employees have been known to get married on the Goodyear blimp, including a wedding officiated by a judge and featuring a tire-shaped wedding cake. That's the employees. They might be willing to rent it out for something similar. It depends on how rich you want to be in order to buy it. But there's also the Carnival Cruise Line. Apparently, they own an airship. Man, I feel jealous now. But yeah, this isn't very common, but it's a beautiful romantic idea. I would love this. Anyways, let me get back into the voice. September? Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. September 21st, Sprocket Park Mooring Dock. So this is Sprocket Park. But where's the reception hall? The reception hall? Oh, that's, wow. Looky there. What? What is it? I just spotted a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on. Where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick. Man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. I'm an artist after all. Oh, miss. Yoo-hoo! And he's gone.
Yeah.
I thought he was gonna take me to the crime scene. Oh well. I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he gets inevitably rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Asshole. What's this? Wow. This thing's really banged up.
You looking at the sign? They say it's got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent the bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyways.
I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado.
The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous.
I see. Thank you for the heads up. Poor guy, it looks like it was a lot of work. So this bench hit the sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person, too. That would be a catastrophe. Guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture, too. But yeah, this is a mooring tower. Basically, it's a big tower in the sky that you tie the blimp to. One of these is on top of the Empire State Building, as well as several other towers in the world. They're kind of not in use anymore, aside from the one with Goodyear, but I still think blimps are something that should be looked into. Because, after all, if a plane can hold only so many people, a blimp could probably hold many, many more.
Yes, I more correlate the Goodyear blimp with NASCAR, not gonna lie.
Wow, that huge airship is more to just this skinny little tower. I know it's tied down and all, but it still looks like it would be a good breeze could send it flying. You'd be surprised, Nick. Blimps, while yes, are vulnerable to high winds, most of the time, don't really have to deal with it. I don't really 100% know how everything works. I don't know how everything works with a blimp, but I would have to guess that it's not as vulnerable to turbulence simply because it's shaped differently and it's much, much bigger. After all, the lift doesn't come from the wings. The wings are just there in order to add engines on for forward movement. The lift comes from the balloon. So, again, I'm not really sure how turbulence works on a blimp. Any of you in the comments want to educate me, please do. Now then. Wow, that airship is huge. Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. I've gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Hey, aw, man. I was on my game today. So now that you're done, you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait. What's that say? Flying Chapel? Do you mean to tell me... Yep. Ellie's reception was on that airship. Whoa. A sky-high reception hall? Yep. And that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly into the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. The happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made up that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. Pamphlet, you say? Pamphlet for the Flying Chapel includes a brief introduction and diagrams of its layout. Ooh! By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did. Yep, should be here any minute now. I know that engine anywhere. Is it?
Yep.
That red sports car! Larry, don't tell me you called... You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? Hi, Edgeworth. Oh, Maya!
Surprise!
Maya.
Now admit it, that was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it?
But Maya, what are you doing here?
Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. That's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride.
Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me. Maya, you want to borrow this stick I found?
Nick, what is Larry talking about?
He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary one, anyway.
Wow. Poor Larry. That's a new low, even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriend's never hurt anyone, right? More power to him.
This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. Now that her training is over, she's back home here in the States.
That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready.
Look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever.
Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new.
I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. So, Edgeworth, I figured that car belonged to you. You want to tell us what the hell Maya was doing in your car? But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down.
Huh.
Maya!
Sorry.
This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine, and the district chief's prosecutor. I hear he's been really busy lately. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too.
He did.
However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? So, how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course. Unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Huh. I guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, right? But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy. Including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me.
He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he?
So, why are you even here, Edgeworth? Just so you know, right, I am the lead prosecutor on this case.
Just like the first game's all over again! It's us versus Edgeworth one more time!
No, we just need Gumshoe, and then it's just like a little game.
Yeah, now we just need Gumshoe and the whole gang's here, but I can settle with Maya, honestly. Gumshoe earned his retirement.
No matter.
Gumshoe has long since earned a retirement. What has it been, like 10 years?
Yeah, something like that.
All right, back to work. What? You? Yes. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right?
What do you mean, settle it amicably?
It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug.
Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout?
Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds, to the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a sprocket.
So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right?
That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. But that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that. Not even the almighty sprockets. Right. If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests. But all they got instead was you.
Edgy, come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of a heartless jerk are you?
I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back. Not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, Your Righteousness. Edgeworth, about this incident, don't forget, right? I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I am not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries. No, I guess we are adversaries for now. And you, Larry.
Me?
I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect.
But Edgy, we're old pals, are we?
Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along.
What? Let me out here!
And there he goes.
Bye, Larry. Have fun in the detention center. Ah!
Sorry, got to mute myself there.
Nah, it's cool.
Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever?
Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out.
Well, Nick, we better hop to it too.
Up to what?
Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is gonna be fun.
We do have Maya as our assistant for the first time in years!
Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though. Since we were last together like this, I mean. All right, to the crime scene then.
Yeah, and away we go.
To the reception hall we go.
Away! September 21st, Flying Chapel Reception Hall. So this is the reception hall, huh?
According to the pamphlet, we're right here.
Yikes. We're pretty high up. But at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad.
This also looks like an actual lamp or airmobile.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not 100% sure. From what I understand, the cabin and the hold are off limits to most people. But there are lifts to go from this area to the hall and from the vista deck down to the hold. I don't see anything about the inside of the blimp itself, but that's normal because, well, it's usually very, very off limits in there, considering the fact it's filled with hydrogen.
All right. That answers my question.
I was always in the air in the Flying Chapel, the only wedding venue sure to make your dreams take flight. After the ceremony out on the Vista deck, Sprocket Aviation's majestic Pegamoo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. I see. So after the reception, they would all come inside, and these two statues would light up the scene in romantic lighting, while everyone watches from over here, while the two sweethearts sit here at the table. Okay. I have a feeling this is all going to come into play soon. Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma! Hey, Emma, over here!
Hello, Mrs.
Mr.
Dunn.
Wright, Maya. Does this mean you've taken the case?
Yep, that's how things kind of turned out. So do you mind if we have a look around?
Be my guest. We pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead.
There's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. All right, let's chit-chat. Emma, what happened? Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So do you think you could give us a rundown?
Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after their wedding reception, which lasted from 7 to 10 p.m.
7 to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you?
Time traveling? What do you mean?
Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected.
The victim's name is Dumas Goombsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household.
Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers?
Mm-hmm. They apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. And the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back.
If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss?
We don't know the defendant's motives yet. The circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her.
And what circumstances are these exactly?
Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands.
Why would a bride who is just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for this?
Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back.
Why did he attack her to begin with?
Well, a mere servant girl was going to be suddenly the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick?
It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we can prove that, but I don't know what Edgeworth would have up his sleeve to counter that claim.
But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company. It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? The thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently.
Also, I'd like to point out that they wrote Athena out of the story again, which means we probably won't be getting Widget, which is very sad. I like Widget. Widget is funny. So what's the murder weapon? What was the murder weapon, Emma?
This clock with a secret mechanism built into it. It was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was first discovered.
So the victim was clubbed to death with this thing, huh? That's funny. There's no blood on it, as far as I can tell.
Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence. There was definitely a luminol reaction. And it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon.
What a funny-looking clock.
They call it the timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to that memory of their wedding day.
The time machine, huh? Come to think of it, Ellen said that her pendant was part of the time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism of this thing works. I'm guessing this thing's like a time capsule. That's my guess. Anyways, what's this about the star-crossed marriage, huh? Give me the gossip.
The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself.
So a maid with no family or fortune was said to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two.
Yeah, apparently the groom's parents and all the other relatives were strongly opposed. That didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yep. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spend all my spare time in Korean watching soap operas and TV.
I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya.
Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment too. And from the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her.
So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it It might be a boon for those who oppose the marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. That means basically everybody on the airship is a potential suspect. If they wanted to ruin the wedding, there's their motive. Alright, let's have a look around here, shall we? First up, this thing's knocked over. The hell is this? Oh, this must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. It looks like a cow, but it's pretty badly broken.
It's not a cow, Nick. That's a Pegasus. The flying horse.
No way. That's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything.
But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's a Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see here. Apparently it's called a pegamoo.
I did not see that coming.
Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know?
Huh. That's strange. Wait, I got the achievement of ladders and set. I got all the ladders? Cool! Yippee!
What is?
What is?
Don't gimmick me! Well, this pegamoo is definitely a male pegabull, right?
Yeah, I'd say so, what with the horns and all.
Okay, well... that pegamoo over there is also a pegabull. But take a look at the pamphlet.
You're right.
See? The one on the right says pegabull, but...
The other one says pega cow, a female pegamoo.
right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have pegamoos for the happy couple.
So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and a female pair of pegamoos. But for some reason, there are two males here.
Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room?
It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of a blunder, though. In any case, we better check this thing out. Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck.
Oh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck.
It looks like a note outlining the murder plot.
Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me. It looks like they wrote it in a rush.
Nah, that's not it, Maya. Those are erasure marks. That's the marks that are left over when you try to erase pencil or pen. As anyone who has used a pencil in school can tell you,
They don't work very well for erasing stuff.
why do you say that?
Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry.
Or it could be handwriting and stuff.
I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page.
I guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert.
Hey! Even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly.
All right. Let's get back to the note.
That note was apparently written by the victim.
Now, why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it?
I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour.
Maya, are you craving curry rice or something?
Oops!
So, Emma, where is this Vista deck the note mentions?
It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there.
Teleport.
Heliport. Yep, that's how big a blimp is. They can land helicopters on them.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Fun fact,
That's sick.
in the First World War, I believe, blimps were used to drop bombs. And it makes sense because they don't have to move forward like a plane does. They could be constant mid-air casts, which makes it kind of impressive. Sadly, with the advent of anti-aircraft guns, that fell out of fashion very quickly. Blimps are also a huge fucking target. And if you cause one spark inside, you turn it into Hindenburg. So yeah, it's a cool idea in theory, but in practice, AA guns go black, black. No, not black, black. They go gak, gak. DACA. They go DACA. Anyways, so he planned to push Ellen. He planned on pushing Ellen off from here. What a monster. What do you think this is, Maya?
It looks like a flower petal to me.
What an unusual shape for a flower petal.
I suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall?
No, I don't see a single flower like this on any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. So this is where the body was found. The first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found?
Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it.
The victim's body was found collapsed inside one of the peggable lanterns. Scattered around his body were flower petals. A note in broken parts of the lantern. The petals were from flowers not found inside the reception hall. Also, his hand has blood on it. So what's this valve doing here? Did this come from the lantern?
It's covered in blood.
Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern?
Can you imagine going to open the door and finding the knob covered with blood?
That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. I guess that about does it for this lantern. Looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is.
That face looks awfully familiar.
Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. Wait, I didn't even see that. How did I? Oops. I randomly picked up a piece of evidence that I didn't even notice. I thought that, ooh, look, it's a flower thing. I'll click here and wait, what business card wallet? Okay. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. It seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece.
But look at those wheels. I bet he can be rolled around rather easily, too.
Yeah, I bet it would be quite the hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. This is what the backside looks like.
What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheeled handle?
Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs.
I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted.
I guess they figured nobody will see it, but why bother? Makes sense to cut costs while you can. Wait! Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. Wait. Go back to the other one. Go back to the other one real quick. It's unpainted. Do we already have that? Yeah, that one's unpainted. It's covered in blood, which means it was inside the bull. Which means on the photo with his bloody hand, Gloomsbury tried to open it from inside. He was still alive. Okay. Let's have another closer look here. What's this? This must be where the time machine was placed.
I can't believe that such a beautiful memento would be used for murder. That's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence, no matter what it takes.
I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and the groom sit.
Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though.
They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know? They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessing. They don't usually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to stand that at all. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it.
They say that brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dress. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite.
Really? Sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture.
Guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. Alright, let's have a peek around, shall we? So what's with the clock? So that's the Vista deck out there.
I bet the view is amazing. I guess it's also what kind of freaked you out, huh, Nick?
Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. I think that about does it for this area. What the hell is that? Is that a furnace? A fog machine. I wonder if they used it during the reception.
Ooh! Hey, Nick, go stand over there for a second.
Why?
Just because. Now go!
All right. I got a bad feeling about this. Uh-oh.
Fogmaster 9000, on!
Maya, no! Huh?
Oh, nothing happened.
It looks like it won't work without some dry ice.
Darn it. All I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke.
Ugh.
Am I
Well.
gets arrested for tempering with the crime scene?
Nah, that doesn't happen here, and you know it.
I'm just making a joke.
Well, I guess that about does it for the crime scene.
Hey, Nick, I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well since we're here.
True. You might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Who is you?
What is this?
Nick, how long has that guy been standing there?
I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation?
Oh,
Right
the
hand.
coin type I see. Eh.
Huh?
Nick, he wrote something on that paper airplane.
I guess we're supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was rather cold.
Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Storin Sprocket.
That's
Or
the
to put
guy?
it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation and the victim's suspect's soon-to-be husband.
So, he's Ellen's fiance? Quiet type.
Hmm.
I also notice he's right-handed.
What does that have to do with this?
Because the person who wrote that note is also right-handed. But something else is throwing me off. He's wearing gloves.
That is?
He's wearing gloves, which means if he does have that hook thing that Maya was talking about and he was writing in a hurry, it would smudge the entire page, wouldn't it? At the very least, it would cause rips in the paper.
Yeah, but to be fair, it is gloves where the fingers are still exposed,
Hmm.
so fingerprints would still be able to be traced.
It's not fingerprints, it's handwriting. That's the problem. And another problem is he probably has an alibi for everything. I don't know. It's too early in the case for me to be doing this. Oh, he's gone. Oh, there he goes.
He's kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of the Sprocket Aviation's business successes.
An inventor, huh?
Mm-hmm. He even designed this airship.
That's actually incredible.
Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen.
Oh, right. It looked like he was heading outside.
You want to try some?
No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, though. Okay, so let's just... Okay, understood. Nothing to do here. Let's just go outside and talk to him. When they say outside, do they mean down here? September 21st, Sprocket Park, mooring dock. There he is. Excuse me, can we talk to you? Excuse me, you mind if I ask what you're doing?
He sure is running up a storm.
It is possible.
If an enormous change in mass can be detected, theoretically, matter can retain its form even if it crosses the event horizon.
Is he trying to invent... Are you trying to invent something with a black hole? Hold on. No. Let me look at the history real quick. I saw the word event horizon.
It is possible if an enormous change in mass can be detected at that observation point. And theoretically, matter can retain its form even as it crosses the event horizon.
You're trying to invent either time travel, teleportation, or wormhole travel. That is the only reason you would be talking about event horizons, because those are only talked about when you're talking about black holes.
What exactly is the event horizon?
The event horizon of the black hole is the point of no return. It is basically the ring around a black hole where matter and light start to compress. It is the point where nothing can save you. If you go beyond the event horizon, you're already gone. What he's trying to do is figure out a way to keep matter from compressing into different forms as it crosses an event horizon. He's trying to do something involving matter and black holes.
Interesting.
What are you trying to invent is the question. Because it's either going to be teleportation, wormhole travel through portals, or time travel. Those are the only three things I can think of. And knowing this case, it's probably the third one.
Yeah, it's probably the third of the latter.
Although, now that I see him, I have to admit, I don't know what Ellen sees in him. Maybe we'll find out. Anyways, I need to stop interrupting myself and actually press on through this case because I don't want it to take 10 hours, man!
I think it's gonna come to that point.
Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So could we ask you about the case? Ow! What the? Not interested. Not interested? How can you say something like that?
This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know.
The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of masses. He's off in his own little world.
I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest.
Okay, we'll just have to talk on his level then. With something that he might be interested in. I've got a pretty good idea. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say that you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes. I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected. Based on Ellen's gushing testimonial, anyway. So, now that we've got his attention, maybe you can talk to us. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it. So why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested.
This guy is the worst. Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen.
In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. Yeah, he's trying to develop time travel.
So, is time travel really even possible?
Technically, yes. It's super duper complicated math that, oh god, I'm even getting a headache now just trying to talk about it. But yeah, technically it is possible. We're just nowhere near it yet.
What, same with teleportation, basically?
Teleportation would be more likely for us to see in our children's lifetimes. Time travel, on the other hand, maybe in 10 generations we could start thinking about it. Maybe? Teleportation is simply moving matter across a distance. Time travel, on the other hand, is moving through 4-dimensional space. Good luck!
Get the fuck this shit in the past as well.
To put it into perspective, Doom, the only known way of time travel is movement. If you get up and walk around, time for you will move ever so insignificantly faster to you compared to someone who is sitting down. That is the only known way that I can think of time travel.
So basically, with
And here's the problem. And here's the other thing, Doom. You can only go forward in time as far as I'm aware.
Not backwards.
Not backwards. In order to go backwards, you would theoretically need to go beyond the speed of light. Good luck.
Oh boy.
That's why teleportation is much closer in my mind. Because, yes, it would be very difficult, but at the same time, it would be moving matter that we already have across a distance that we can already travel through. Moving through time, on the other hand, is, again, moving through 4-dimensional space, which, you know, we can't even comprehend it yet.
Yep.
So I believe that within our children's lives, or maybe our grandchildren's, maybe teleportation and portal travel might be possible. Time travel, though, I don't expect to see that in a long time. Not after we're long dead and forgotten.
Don't remind me of that just gave me shivers.
Welcome to the existential dread of life, my friend. That's why I don't fear death, really. Anyways, yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it's also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? A
timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part.
That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it?
But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by a car key.
That is a perfect analogy, actually. Traveling down a road with a car key.
Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless maybe the quantum system set pendants somehow accidentally interface with the natural flow of the fourth dimension.
We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine.
Alrighty.
This is actually really fascinating for me. Believe it or not, I'm kind of a physics and engineering geek, even though I've never gone to school for it.
You still learned out about it?
Yeah, I still learned a lot about it because of a certain YouTube channel that I won't go into because I don't want to get sued into the ground. Anyways, the time machine.
Fair.
So you've been researching time travel, have you?
Moving through the space-time continuum would be a man's ultimate means of travel.
Time travel is a mode of transportation.
Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. They are all fundamentally similar, and they constitute three-dimensional movements. Traveling through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden.
Don't worry, Maya, I can translate. It's as he said, if he is able to break the boundary of fourth dimensional travel between the world, air travel, commercial travel, shipping would be instant. It would revolutionize mankind overnight.
Wouldn't it cost problems economically, though?
No, it would only boost economically. Think about it. With instant travel, you would never have to worry about shipping costs again. You would not have to worry about those shipping.
Commercial companies with commercial flights and all that kind of shit.
Those would go bankrupt because they would become instantly obsolete. But that's just it. It would push all the rest of mankind into a new era. It would be revolution. It would be amazing. Imagine this. You order something from Amazon, and within 10 minutes, the package is already wrapped up and ready to go. In the next second, it's outside your door. Same day shipping? Try same hour shipping. There's no need to ship anything across the seas anymore. No needs for it to be intercepted by piracy, by natural disaster, by storms. You would never have to worry about it ever again. Plus, the cost would go down drastically. It would be amazing.
It would also be pretty good for the environment as well.
Oh, yeah. Assuming it doesn't actually destroy the environment while using it, yes. Remember, the fabric of space-time isn't something to be tampered with willy-nilly.
And honestly, what she's basically doing now, then.
He's testing with it, not poking holes into it randomly.
Yes,
Now then.
It's fucking fancy.
Hi, Reserve! Welcome to the stream! Thanks for tuning in. We're dealing with a case about time travel. Not even joking. This guy's trying to build a time machine and his wife is on, under arrest for potentially murdering her boss, I guess would be the best way to say it. But apparently she traveled back in time because of this guy's invention. And this guy's also the fiance.
And her boss tried to kill her from what appears to be.
Yes, and apparently her boss tried to kill her earlier, and now he wound up dead inside of a lantern. It's complicated. Just, yay. Anywho.
For generations, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap.
The culprit wasn't even born yet.
Oh, is he done? So what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick?
Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-through to it, I guess.
Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system.
Ding! You got it, Maya!
So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future.
lunch humanity into the... That's just a joke. I don't actually know the story. Yeah, it's a really good joke. Launch, not lunch. But you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Another plaque for my wall! Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand.
Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist.
All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around.
Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. He's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too. When it comes to inventions, anyway.
Yeah. The apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren.
Okay.
It is time for the meeting of the next term's project.
Yes.
What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again. Tut, tut, you are the future president. You must consider the business side, too. The fuck?
You're a robot?
It is I. I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. So I guess he's more interested in inventing than the business side. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety. Please call me Pierce. Pierce Nickety?
I don't think
I
there's a pun there.
Don't see the pun. Hold on. Pierce Nickety. Here we go. Name. His full English name may be a reference for the word persnickety, which can mean fussy or precise. Oh, okay.
Huh.
Persnickety. All right, I get it. In Japan, his name is Jumonji, which means cross, like the red. Huh.
Wait, what did it say?
I don't know. In German, his name is a play on the word mechanic. His German name is Bastian Mechanic. That's funny. That's a good one. I'm the Sprocket family butler.
Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were on TV and stuff.
Yes, butlers are still around. They will be for the rest of time. As long as people have enough money to make other people serve them, there will always be butlers.
Yep.
And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm Ellen Wyatt's lawyer.
And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium.
Oh, so it is you. I'm most grateful for you to taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So, hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please.
Eh.
Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch.
Oh, this? It's just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. I got tons of good luck charms. I let it slide. Hell, I've got my own pocket watches. But I guess it makes sense. Knowing the time is pretty important in this line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. By the way, I'm going to say something and it's going to ruffle some feathers. Smartphones are modern day pocket watches. I'm going to get flack for that one.
Not there.
There's little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I'd like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments.
Oh boy, Nick, a fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything.
And what about the investigation?
That can wait. Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house?
I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads?
Of course it will. I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place.
All right. You win. Very good. The Sprocket Manor, then. Sure, why not?
Here.
To the manor! Away! Oh, wow, it is very fancy here. Is that a fucking top hat?
Yep.
Is that a bowler hat?
Mm-hmm.
My God, we must be back in the 18th century.
Yep.
No, wait. 20th. 20th? 20th, yes, 20th century. Centuries are freaking weird because 20th century actually means 1990. It actually means the 1900s. 18th century actually means the 1700s. God! Drive me to drink. Ugh. Anyways, September 21st, Sprocket Manor Foyer. Let me take over as Shackle loses his goddamn mind.
Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited.
Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions. Huh?
Yeah.
That's why you invited us here? I am sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation.
Aww. I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks, too.
There, Maya. Don't cry. This Pierce guy's one shrewd man.
Hey, Nick, look at the cute vintage radio.
Radio? Oh, that thing over there under the stuffed bull's head.
I'm gonna take a closer look.
Yeah, don't even...
Maya, you idiot! I thought I told you to settle down.
I'm sorry.
Do you know how much a crystal radio costs? Oh, God. Goodbye, Nick's paycheck. And his next one. And probably his next few. Not to worry. What? Where can I get one? I want one. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I'm not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty.
That was incredible. What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway?
And where can I get one? It's my fixer-upper. Shoulder mech, Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though.
That is so cool. I wish I had one of those.
Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. He must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet. But no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Bloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying the case. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now. She is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they have yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. It's my job as a Sprocket family butler.
You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think?
Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth in I could easily picture them together. Not in that way, please. And by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Okay. It was sometime after the reception. Some of the master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim, with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like.
That's right, she just happened to find the body.
I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that is what I told the police who came into response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported to the police, huh? Alright, so about the time travel that Soren is trying to invent. Did Ellie say anything to you about traveling through time? You must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that. It sounds like he is still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it.
Boy.
Excuse me. That motherfucker better not be a phone. It is a goddamn phone. What is it?
It's a motherfucking one.
I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy. All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Could you tell us about that thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There's something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me, this isn't something I should be sharing with strangers. Okay, now I really want to know what Soren's still hung up on.
Okay.
What's this? Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. Flying Chapel? What areas in the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card? That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen's key card doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so. She was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man
Larry.
wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was. As a matter of fact, he was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. Damn it, Larry! I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here.
Do you mind if we have a look at that photo?
Be my guest. Take as long of a look as you like. Well... Hey, Gayla! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for tuning in! Right now, we are on the final DLC case of the game. It's a case that involves time travel, apparently. Also, a wedding taking place on a massive, beautiful airship. And something is off here. Do you see what I see?
Yep, he is there.
It's not that.
Was it then?
It's the fog. The
But
fog
didn't they
machine
say-
was out of dry ice, if you recall.
You gotta remember this could have been taken when it was still full with dry ice, right?
Perhaps, but something else is off about this photo, and I don't know what yet. Anyways,
Ellen
how are
doesn't
you
look
doing
too happy
today,
in the
Caleb?
photo.
What was that?
Ellen doesn't look too happy in the photo.
They do look happy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Ellen
Wait a minute.
doesn't.
A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds.
Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though.
I'm
She
nervous.
does, doesn't she? Well, I'm glad that you're doing good today, Caleb.
Hey, look! There's Pierce!
Really? Where?
Right there, behind the sweetheart table.
Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner.
So what do you think, Nick? Does anything in this photo stick out at you?
No, not at the moment anyway. But there is something bothering me. I just wish I could point it out.
Hey, Nick, if Ellen did really travel back in time, you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump?
I do wonder. Excuse me, sir? Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He climbed up faster than a clam. Something's off here. Okay, that's adorable.
Nick, look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round.
I see they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan.
Oh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency? How cool would that be?
If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the sprockets get their milk.
Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk.
Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. What's this photo here?
Hey, Nick, now here's a real lady.
She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she?
I wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship.
That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. I saw it too, Doom. He said was. Interesting. Is that the bouquet? Oh, it's the bridal bouquet.
Hey, Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it.
Why me?
Just because. I bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it.
But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet?
Who cares? Just catch it. Here.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Maya! Ow! Hey! You threw that right in my face!
Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet. Trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last.
But I already caught it.
Oops. Too late now, huh, Nick?
You said I'm fucking up to a witch.
Okay, so what's with the bull? Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel, too.
The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is the symbol of the Sprocket Aviation. To be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company's creed, you know.
Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through.
By the way, the bull logo on the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow wing, his name is Rainy the Rainbow.
Get it?
I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick?
Yeah, for the lameness of the pun. You're one to talk! Don't you dare touch that radio again. It looks like an expensive antique.
What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again.
I really hope she's nice enough to waive the repair bill. Okay.
Maybe there's other people.
I don't see anybody else here. Oh. Present Pierce. The woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? All right, very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past. Uh-oh. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was the next in line.
So why isn't she becoming the next president?
She's dead, isn't she?
Yeah, probably.
Because she died in a car accident.
What?
I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. That's another reason he's inventing time travel. Ever since then, he's buried himself in his research on time machines. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then.
He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all of that around inside him.
Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As a family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. Hey, Nick, what are you doing here?
Oh, Larry.
Larry? Oh, man. Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Q Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in with me for it.
Wow, I didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you go promote your agency to them?
Now is not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed.
See, and this is why you'll never be rich.
Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of. But never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with you weren't involved in the case, were you? Larry. And he ran off after him!
Hey, he took off!
I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya, after him! Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please, try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. We'll do our best. Now then, chase him down! I bet he ran back to our office. Negative. Okay, to the mooring dock then.
Yep.
Larry, get back here, you son of a bitch! September 21st, Sprocket Park mooring dock. Larry's in so much trouble! There he is. Hey, Larry! Hey there, friend. Fancy meeting you here. There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration for my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It was like a Q-epiphany, you dig? Right.
He's just gonna keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick?
Mm-hmm.
Psylocke. I'm feeling it's time for Psylocke.
Come on, Larry. I know you were on the airship. So what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. Ah!
Called it.
Cyclops!
Alright.
Cyclops. You say something? The spiritual power of the Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Cyclops, and when I see them, I have to present the Magatama to try my hand to break them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of them. I forget if this is the first time we're seeing the Cyclops in this game or not.
Take that!
Take this! Anyways. What are you hiding? This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you got it all wrong. I got nothing to hide with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person at all.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it!
Oh, that's one on.
Don't diss me, Nick! If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think that I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Doubling down, are you? Alright, fine. You want proof, Larry? Here you go. Here's proof that it was you on the airship. I believe this business card holder belongs to you.
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your personal business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Get. Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? What? All right, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. All right, what did you see? Out with it! Larry, what were you doing on the airship in the first place? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh. I didn't know you took on real jobs like that. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. That's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person... At least she smiled at me and said thank you. I feel like I've been hit by lightning. That's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it. I brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible when I was on that flying chapel. Like... Get a load of this. Yeah, his fake mustache just magically appeared and disappeared, and it's weird. What did you see? What the hell is this, Larry? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So, what's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what was outside the window. Is that a goddamn pterodactyl? It's one of those flying dinosaurs, a real-life pterodactyl. I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. But why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sparket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way. Nick, this case is absolutely amazing. Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him that I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head if he heard about this. Okay. But at the very least, we do know something. Larry has also experienced a time slip. But not only that, look at the pamphlet. He says he was in the cabin. Here. But why? But how is that possible? Hey, Nick? I'll be taking my card wallet back now, if you don't mind. Business card wallet swiped back by Larry. Oh, yeah, this is for you. What is it?
Eh.
It's a picture of the hold. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. See? There's Ellie right there in the middle. You know what else I see off to the side? I see two very important things in this photograph. First off, on the left, you see what I see? I see a cow. Not a bull, a cow. Which means that that statue is somewhere on that ship. And secondly, and just as importantly, on the right, I see those familiar flower petals that we've been seeing all over the place. Those were somewhere on the ship too. But where did they go? And what is she reading right here? That's another question.
Could it be the letter we received earlier? Or
Maybe.
found earlier?
The hold. Wait, that's right. The hold. Wait a minute. So he managed to get in here in the hold? You know, the place where visitors aren't allowed? How on earth did you
Larry?
Scratch that. What is Ellen doing in the hold? Yeah, see? It's right here in the diagram. Okay. So now I know where the hold is, but what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyways. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how did you get in there? That's a trade secret. I can't tell you. And he just hits, and the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation for now.
Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen, too.
Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? All right, let's head over to the detention center then. Then you can say hi. Later, Larry. Don't get in any more trouble. I swear to God if you show up at the trial.
I will try, Nick.
September 21st, detention center visitors room.
No, why?
Please understand that this is in the Master Sworn's best interests. It sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. Ah, if it isn't Mr. Wright. So, their marriage is definitely off? There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Sorn and the Sprocket family, this is what is best.
No.
Oh, God, she's about to drop tears
In that
face.
case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right?
I suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things.
I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or worse, Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Sorn and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. And the reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce.
I'm clean. I swear I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress.
Fine. You have my word. But you will be the one to regret this promise. Now, if you'll excuse me. Yeah, now there's no way she did it. Now I have all the more reason to win this one. Ellen,
Wait, hold on a second.
we finished our investigation. I would like to talk to you about what we found.
Okay, so what did you find out?
First things first, explain what you were doing here. What can you tell me about this?
Oh, never mind that. What about Soren? Oh, Soren. You suppose he hates me now?
I really couldn't say.
Oh, what if he doesn't love me anymore because of all this? Whatever shall I?
Oh no, she's gonna start crying again. I really don't think he hates you, Ellen.
You don't? Really?
Yes, really. Probably. So don't cry. It'll only cause him more heartache if you do.
Yes, you're right. The Sprocket Bride, I had to hold my head up high at all times.
I had better really watch what I say around Ellen. Okay.
Oh,
What's wrong?
I just remembered our reception. We were supposed to be so happy together. Oh, where did it all go wrong?
I can't blame her for being upset.
Why did this have to happen to me?
Ellen, please try to calm down, okay?
All right.
Well, she stopped crying, but how can I ask her about anything when she's still so clearly distraught?
I think it would be real healthy by now.
In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with a murder weapon in your hand.
Ow. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true that I was holding a murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again just like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pistol and brought it over without thinking.
You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution.
Oh,
And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid.
I see.
The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something.
Really? What did he see?
I can't quite say that I believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. Then again, this isn't the first time something like this has happened.
See, bridge to the turnabout.
Yeah.
What?
Uh-oh. That's gonna come back down, isn't it? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Niggity told Larry to keep quiet about it.
But why would Pierce do such a thing?
Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact.
Do you think that's why nobody could confirm my story? Because it's a secret?
I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you.
Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I looked everywhere for it. I'm so glad you found it!
At least they're tears of joy this time for a change.
Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in a court tomorrow. That's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busily traveling back through time.
Great. With stodgy Skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow, we're gonna have our work cut out for us. Ugh.
Hey.
This should be fun.
Oh boy, I'm forced to not kill us.
Oh, he is gonna make us go through hell, isn't he?
There he is.
All right, well. It's been 2 hours already? Oh, God. Please,
boy.
please let this be the only trial day. Please. Oh, who am I kidding? It's a DLC case. Of course it's not going to.
Hey, you never know.
Shackle, you better get your judge voice ready. September 22nd, 8:45 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
Good morning, Mr. Wright.
Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown.
I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren.
Soren? Oh, he's here.
Hello.
Do you think he came to see how she's holding up?
Could be here for
Soren, my love. You came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say.
Blueprints.
Huh?
The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are?
Oh, they're in your room. Third shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side.
Ah, I see. He's leaving already?
Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold of a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? Oh, what about me, Soren?
He came back? Ellen. He's back. Come home soon.
So he does care
He
about
does
her.
care about her. I'm lost without you. Well, damn, now we really gotta fight for their marriage, don't we?
Yep.
All right, then. Sorry! Hey, Rabbit Dude, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the final case of the game, the DLC case, Turnabout Time Traveler. And as the name suggests, we're dealing with time travel. And also a wedding. Later.
It looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way of capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick.
Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Yes, time travel. Because apparently our suspect right here, our defendant, traveled back through time. It's very, very complicated.
Girls is in here with marriages.
Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty. Do you hear?
Don't worry. I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
The trial is about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Oh, yeah, by the way, Rabbit Dude, guess what? We're facing Edgeworth in court as Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yep, we're back to basics. And even better, Maya is our assistant again.
And
Knowing
Larry's
him.
here as well.
Knowing him. Oh, yeah, and also Larry's here as well. Knowing him, it's not going to yield an inch. So I just gotta fight with everything I got and save Ellen.
Yes, but he's the least responsible person I suspect to believe in time travel, just like how Kaiba doesn't believe in magic.
Mm-hmm. Interesting that they decided to make a case about time travel. Yep, I agree. And the funniest part? This case about time travel feels like we're going back in time to the old games. With Larry, Maya, Edgeworth, and Phoenix all being here involved in the case, the only thing missing is Gumshoe. Although Emma is here too, so...
Yeah, I guess that also feels in the good old shoe.
It feels good to go back to basics. Anyways, September 22nd, 9 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered here together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away.
We can make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Ha 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 ha! Still not one for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law.
Guess we'll have to just have the party without him then.
However, were it after the conclusion of the trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least.
He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of the case for us. The victim was Dumas Bloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household, and his name is really hard to say like this. Apologies. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Bloomsbury apparently felt some animosity towards Ellen Wyatt. So, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Bloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. Right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charges. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Is it Emma? I'm gonna guess it's Emma. Yeah, it's Emma. Please state your name and occupation, witness.
Emma Sky, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor.
Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma?
We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly.
Expect no less from you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. It looks like you lost a popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick.
Meh, I could really care less. Besides, we'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial.
Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less.
Now then, Detective Sky, if you please.
Testimony.
The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Twice?
Twice, you say?
He was struck twice?
That's right. There's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second, fatal blow to the side of the victim's head.
Which means what exactly? Oh, that's their argument! I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did. But how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to the man who was already fully unconscious.
Nick? Is he saying what I think he is?
I don't feel so good.
And
Thus, Mr. Wright, has justified self-defense been removed from the table? Prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report.
On his off.
Son of a bitch! It's just like the first time! You motherfucker! You pulled that trick again!
Updated autopsy report?
The delayed autopsy report! If you will all recall, in the first game's second case, he pulled out a random second autopsy report just to fuck with us.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was second case with Mia's death.
Yeah, it was the one with Mia's death.
Ugh. I can't believe they pulled this again! So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual.
It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right?
Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen. He may not get prosecuted much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Fuck! Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Okay. Hold it! Are you completely sure the timekeeper is the murder weapon?
Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the timekeeper, and it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with.
But would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy?
I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine.
Maybe you're just freakishly struck. Uh-oh! Phoenix!
Excuse me, Mr. Wright? I'll have you know that people on the force know me as the dainty forensic investigator.
Sorry. But really, you're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial, if you know how. Yes, sir. Won't happen again, sir.
Moving on. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern.
Hold it! Alright. So the defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? If so, wouldn't she have hit him on the front and not from behind?
The victim must have tried to run when Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind.
I see. Thus the blow to the back of his head.
The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock.
I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Ellen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind.
May I go on?
Yes, of course. Please do. And this is when she was spotted, right? Hold it!
Yeah.
But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body, that she tried to use the timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? But Miss Wyatt really believed that she could travel back through time with that clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know? Yes, I agree. Me three, but it's all we've got to go on.
Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way.
Hold it! Miss Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again?
Well, about that.
Allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury.
Miss Wyatt would never do a thing like that.
Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory.
Are you gonna just stand there and take that from him, Nick?
I can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach it from a different angle. Well, it looks like we won't be going anywhere until I can refute Edgeworth's claim.
This is so exciting. We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages.
Yeah.
Okay, Nick, now go get him.
No need to rush me, Maya. All right. I better start by comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have. Look for any glaring inconsistencies.
Yeah.
Okay, this is basically given a fact now. With all the comparisons and stuff, this has to be true. Hit from behind, fell over into the lantern.
Ancient autopsy real quick.
Time of death is September 20th, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Cerebral hemorrhage from the strong blow to the head. One contusion was found in the back, one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Okay. Photo of the victim. Oh.
Wouldn't explain the blood in his hand, though, would it?
It doesn't explain the blood on his hand, but that's not the important thing. Tell me something. If you were hit in the back of the head, how would you fall?
Straightforward.
Mm-hmm. Straightforward,
He's
face
lying on his
down,
back.
but he's lying on his back. Something's up.
Objection!
Detective Sky, I'm afraid I had to apologize in advance
For what?
for embarrassing you in front of your idol.
What do you mean?
If you take a close look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind as you claim, then he should have fallen over into the lantern face down.
Ah!
It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it is Mr. Edgeworth's.
Oh.
There doesn't appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony.
Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back down, then you're sadly mistaken.
Emma's unusually fired up today.
Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch us with this trial, I want to do my very best too. Listen, Mr. Wright, it's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right?
And yes, there is.
That was an excellent counter-argument, Detective.
You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright?
Is it possible that the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? Let's have another look at that photo. I can tell you right now, no, it's not.
Also, doesn't that fit with the statement since didn't she see it when it was already inside there?
Here's the thing. That's not the important part here. The important part is that there are flower petals on top of the body. It couldn't possibly have been moved.
Yep, this would have fallen right back off.
Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death.
Oh, really? And what makes you so sure?
One look at this here and it should become obvious.
The flower petals.
Take that!
What exactly are you pointing at, Mr. Wright?
Oh. God damn it! Yep, welcome back, Caleb. We're still on the same case. It is the final DLC case. God! I clicked on the damn flower petal!
Maybe one of the others?
I hope so.
Take that!
Maybe. I think it's something safe things.
It has to be the... You know what? Hold on. Options. Save. Yes. This is the case we're doing is the DLC case. We finished the last case last night. Anyways, this flower petal?
Take that!
Nope. Oh, I missed that one. It ain't possible.
It's not possible.
Isn't those flower petals?
It has to be those freaking flower petals. I swear to God.
Like the rubble, perhaps?
I swear to God, if it's this right here,
Take that!
those
It is.
broken bits of the... I'm gonna smack someone. I'm gonna go all the way down to Capcom and smack someone over this. Those broken bits of the lantern? Yes. If the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up before the lantern even broke. You're right. But wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right. Which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. Yeah, I agree, Caleb. If the victim had already died before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. Watch! Watch! In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims.
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred changes nothing in regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claimed, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event
Objection!
ended. Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? However, I already pointed out a problem with this theory, Phoenix. Oh, it's not in the photograph. But that handle, that valve I found, it goes in the inside of the lantern. And we know for a fact that he was trying to open it from the inside because it's covered in blood. So he was still alive. Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a whole new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have just put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that the defendant didn't do it, I think.
I mean, well, thinking about it sounds pretty solid.
Actually, no. Not he was killed some other way. That doesn't do it. I would say he was killed somewhere else. If the body was hidden inside of the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Oh, you're right. Run that mouth of yours all that you want. But you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence. And something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. Very well then, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? I think it's the photo of the victim again.
Take that!
The photo of the victim again?
Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. Okay, I know it's gotta be the fucking flower petals this time. It has to be. Because that's the only thing that connects this to another location. If it's not the flower petals, I'm gonna book a flight all the way to Japan.
Flower petals, Mr. Wright?
These petals are from a kind of flower that was not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten into the lantern while it was somewhere else. Just where do you propose this somewhere else could be, Mr. Wright? I propose that this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from. Picture of the hold, of course.
Take that!
Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo? Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower. Is that really all you got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you pretended compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor, let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give to any, after all.
Ooh! Phoenix! That was a low blow! My God, man! You didn't have to do that in front of the entire courtroom! Damn, brother! Oh my God! Clip that one, please!
Already in the way.
Oh, and if you still got those old clips from the old Phoenix Wright games, I would like to try and make them into videos. I just can't find them again. I apologize.
I'll try my best.
Thank you. But maybe you should study up on them just in case the opportunity presents itself. Ugh. This is from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. The body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason. It would completely destroy the prosecution's case.
Then you mean the body was...
Yes, the victim's body was inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception. While the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Oh. Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence and you'll soon see what I mean. I wish he would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct?
Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth?
Very well. Let us see what you can do. Detective Sky, please give your testimony to this court.
Okay. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Gloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim.
Hi, I can't watch this because I haven't played this one yet. Have fun. No worries, Emre. Thanks for sticking around for all the fun of the last case. But this one's gonna go nuts, I can already tell. I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Ow! Sure. Though I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright.
The victim could not have been killed before the reception.
Hold it!
You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right?
Of course I do. And you're going to feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this.
Hold it!
I've read the autopsy report too, you know.
Then you don't need me to explain it to you, right? Oh, there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean.
Detective Sky, I think you've overlooked something big.
I have,
Why don't you take another look at the evidence?
but I've already looked at all the evidence. And quite carefully, too, I'll have you know.
Detective Sky,
Not be taken in by his verbal antics.
he's simply bluffing as always.
Right, sir.
Hold it!
Is it possible that the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death?
No, not in this case. There was no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing. And there's no fridge on the airship big enough to hide a body into.
So you've already checked into that, I see.
It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice?
Yeah, if they had the means to. The prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really?
I take it you don't think so, is it, Lon? In that case, we're going to have to find a way to convince ourselves otherwise.
Yeah, there's gotta be some way. Damn it. I really need to start using the keyboard shortcuts. Anyways. This is it right here. The dry ice.
Objection!
Wait, what? Ow. Guess I can't say I deserved 0% of that. Do I gotta present the fog machine itself?
Objection!
Oh, there we go. I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory.
Finally. And that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception.
Is still entirely plausible.
Huh? What makes you think that?
The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please, take a look at this.
And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor. Used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death. Yes, Your Honor. Because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Ah, yes. The super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, correct? I see. So your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold.
Oh, in that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception.
Order! Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development?
The victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception.
The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Uh-oh. Him thanking us is never a good thing. For what, Mr. Edgeworth? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? To get into the hole, one needs a key card, like this one. Ah, shit!
And here we have a record of those who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant.
What? So the ones who moved the body out of the hold must have been...
That's right. It was none other than the defendant.
Damn it!
Hey, Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's.
Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety has also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been in the culprit? Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact, if you'd like. Think me cocky all you want, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hole, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly?
The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception to clean up personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without rousing any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't also know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright.
Damn it!
For my last task as servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and clean up the reception banquet.
I see.
You sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hole is Ellen Wyatt.
Ah, crap. Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one.
Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help with reviewing defense for dummies. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up.
I'll give him some stress over before we're through the day.
Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time. Before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs.
I see. Mr. Wright, are there any last meaningful bluffs you would like to present to this court?
What does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will, just... Okay.
Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, If it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean that Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Now what?
Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen Key's card.
You can?
Remember? The one who was sneaking around in the hold, instead of not being a family member.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Without him, we wouldn't have the photo.
Larry?
Oh, this is gonna be funny, isn't it? Well, it has been some time since a certain Butts was on the stand. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person, who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's card. It's a big old family reunion, isn't it?
Yep.
Take that!
That's your witness. Are you saying that that numbskull was on the airship? Never breathe a word about that to me. That's not surprising, because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself has admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave me is proof enough. Then it was he who moved the lantern with the body inside the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him, anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up with this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school. Ugh. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. That Larry, he'll pay for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery.
Yikes!
Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Payback time. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. September 22nd, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 6. 3. Damn it!
Wow. It has been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth. A harrowing tightrope walk for the defense.
Ugh, I'm exhausted already. Boss.
I'm here for moral support.
Athena! Are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show?
Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you.
I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena. So, Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged.
That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh?
Yeah, about Trucy.
Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No. Now, Athena, it's time to practice the human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, you're not getting off that easily.
And there they go.
They get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearlie. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget him. We had all kinds of fun at the crime scene back then, remember?
Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right. Thank you.
So Larry's the next witness, right? Oh, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Sadly, I can already imagine it. Oy vey.
Poor soul.
September 22nd, District Court, courtroom number 6. Court will now reconvene.
Hiya, Larry. Nick! Edgy! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you?
No, not the both of us, just Mr. Wright.
Nick, how could you?
I don't really think he did it, of course, but gotta use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility that you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you've got to do is testify.
Well,
Now then, your testimony, please, witness. Wait, what? Why is that the title of the...
Nick, you big, fat, stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship is over. I don't know if you can hear me facepalming or not. I need to get myself a facepalm soundbite, don't I?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours.
Why me?
You're the one who called him to the stand. He's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum.
Can't any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred.
You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would if there were any testimony to cross-examine.
You're just making the case go on longer just because, aren't you, game?
Cross-examination. Nick is a jerk
It's
face.
been 3 hours. This is going to be an 8-hour case, isn't it?
Well,
Oh,
in
I'm
your
so
case,
taking the day off tomorrow. Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with?
Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection! Super smug look on your face.
Yeah, well, that is my job. Also, stop stealing my pose!
Never! Well, and if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done?
Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job?
You heartless jerk! Don't you have any compassion for me? I can't find a good voice for Larry. How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school.
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect.
Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your childhood friend?
Well, technically, yes. But it isn't personal, I assure you.
Oh, I mean, Larry, to be fair, you've been through a lot of shit. You caused us a lot of problems back in the old days, let me tell you what. Oh God, just remembering the bridge to Turnabout is making me have another migraine. Jeez, that is
Oh,
fucking
you
food.
are such a...
True friend would believe in me no matter what. You see my tears? Do they mean anything to you? Nick.
You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you?
Okay, fine. In that case... Hold it!
Hold it.
Larry, listen to me.
Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore.
Come off it, Larry.
This dumb show.
If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty.
For real?
If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have a problem with that myself.
Go.
Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall?
I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya.
bull lantern. What? Did I say something weird? We got ya butts! You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. So how could you know that it was a bull? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone can tell there was 2 Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a big, strong scent of bull in the air in here. That's a good one. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Yeah, that's the most blatant lie we've seen all day. Looking at the pamphlet, we see a peg of bull and a peg of cow. So he had to have been there. In fact, he had to have been the one who moved the lantern. Press. There we go. Seriously, Larry? If you're hiding something, you better fess up now. I'm telling you, I don't know nothing. Why do you have to doubt me so much? Why? Because you're you. That's why. Yeah, G. You think Nick's being awful to me, don't you? So you tell him. Tell Nick what a big fat meanie he is. I would if I thought he was being one. Not you too. Why didn't anybody ever take my side? I wish I didn't have to doubt him. But something about what he just said doesn't add up.
You finally got a decent statement out of him, huh, Nick?
Yeah, finally. Sure took a lot of work, though. I hope all this leads somewhere.
Objection!
I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a peg of cow and a peg of bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? But on that day, instead of putting a peg of cow and a peg of bull out for the bride and the groom, there were 2 male peg of bulls on display. Yet somehow, you knew that there were 2 peg of bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the peg of bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? No! Larry, you didn't. Mr. Botch, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall?
That's what it looks like. What? Wait, Nick! You don't think I'm the murderer, do you? Maybe you and Mr. Bloomsbury were fighting over Mr. Wyatt. You ended up killing him?
Bye! Not you too! Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me! I wouldn't hurt a fly! You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure. Some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. That's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick.
Ixnay on the pterodactyl paid Larry.
Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far. Would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? Nah, of course not. He didn't have a reason to kill Bloomsbury. Plus, we know Larry. He wouldn't hurt a fly. And on top of that, we do kind of owe him a couple of favors. So no, we're not. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Bloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Gloomsbury.
After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to escape with her and elope. Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer.
I believe you, Larry. And I don't think you killed anybody either.
You would never do anything like that, that's for sure. Nick, oh buddy, oh pal, oh chum, oh chummy chow. I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now, that we were through. Mr. Butch, it's time you told the court the whole truth. Understood? Or else. Yes, Your Honor.
Moving the lantern.
Finally. It's just like Nick said. I'm the one who moved the lantern. Wait, why? I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw that a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hole, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Interesting.
So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? And that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Okay. Oh, crap. Edgeworth is gonna...
Gee.
It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hole. Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note. And thus he has become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy. But I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. What was a note like that doing on the lantern in the first place?
You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I have that note for myself. It's simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows that one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy, I don't believe it! You still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think that I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Examination. Moving the lantern.
Alright. Hold it! Why didn't you tell us that sooner?
Because I knew you guys were gonna be suspicious of me, that's why!
We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it, you idiots. My thoughts exactly.
Well, now I've told you. Happy? So how about letting me go?
No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out.
Fine!
I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. Hold it! The lantern that you swapped out was a female pegamoo. A pegacow, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one?
Because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that.
If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know.
Whatever! Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw...
There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hole.
Hold it!
That note wasn't addressed to you, was it?
Well, I guess not, but how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own?
Precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry.
Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her.
Larry.
I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it! Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns?
Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway.
Not that time?
Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me.
All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of those cabins. Nick, why are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Should you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, that statement of his importance. It's absolutely important. Mr. Butts is trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin. I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. Hold it! So you got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern, and I replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt. But wait, hold on a minute.
What is it, Nick?
Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying that he replaced the lantern after he broke out of his cabin.
That's right. Oh, wait, huh? You're right. That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. But that contradicts with...
Can we see a better view of the lanterns in this? Nope, we can't.
No, we can't. Wait.
There's another here.
Before the reception began. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That would mean that... That's not possible. That would mean that the lantern was moved twice. Hold on. I'll let the game explain it. Is that... Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying that you swapped the lanterns both before and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts? I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Oh no, is he gonna pull out the time travel shit?
Oh, fuck.
Yep, here he goes. And then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why I said it makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is he talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since we last saw him? Well... None of the Sprockets seem to remember this time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. The power of our love for each other. Mr. Wright. I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish for the rest of us so that we can understand?
Now I have to be the one to explain the whole time travel thing? Damn it, Larry. Go on, Nick. I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much of a choice now, Nick. To hell with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyways. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Take me back to that blissful moment, she says. And in doing so, apparently traveled through time. And apparently, time rewound itself to just before the reception began. Yeah. It's what? I know, it's hard to believe. But think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen and Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? I don't even want to.
Objection!
What absolute rubbish! Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind? Have you thoroughly lost your mind? Lying woman. Ridge. Fair point.
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine! Yeah! I even saw something when I was time traveling. It's a pterodactyl flying through the sky. Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for some honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl! You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well,
Apparently do.
As I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know.
Okay.
Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? Excuse you? Larry, I can't believe you. Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions, and we can find any difference at all, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well. Please, show the court what's different then. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Okay, all we need to do is look at the photos. Here we go. You can't copy everything! Did you notice, everyone? Look. The flower colors are different. A flower is not a flower, Mr. Edgeworth. Twice now you've been stepped up by them. Yeah. Let's do it.
Take that!
Take this! Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she is holding a red bouquet. You're right.
That's impossible. What does this mean? It means the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions. And she did that when she traveled back through time. What?
Nick, you did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true.
Yeah, I can hardly believe this myself.
It's just as Ellen said.
The reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we based this trial on upside down. Edgeworth? I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There's simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth?
I bet sci-fi movies push all of your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That'd never happen," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from the movie dates altogether.
That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown here in the true photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how inexplicable... Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion. If only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There's one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified technology. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain! As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did. And besides, if time travel does not exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. They all say that time travel is just not logically feasible.
Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick.
Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon. And that somebody... It's the gods! Ha! Bloomsbury alone wouldn't be able to do it, so if everybody at the reception was pretending... Oh my god, they gaslit this poor woman!
Oh boy.
What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, A brilliant deduction defense. I can tell you that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say that I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Then, that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. But not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? You make it as though the murderer Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who had killed Bloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you sharing the most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed. They needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the pedals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Buds. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up. There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck. What?
Okay.
Then Miss White's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite the turn of events.
Damn it!
And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on.
Okay!
Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either. Your Honor, we'll have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. As far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words. Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. That third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Enough! Now, calm down, the both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. That was close. Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohort's attempts to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of the current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned!
Only 3 hours in. Jesus. And that means there's another day. God damn it.
Have fun with that one. Since I did prepare shit for tomorrow in bed.
All right. Well, before we continue, I'm going to go grab something to eat real quick. So you guys should go do the same. Get yourselves a snack, whatever. Be back in a minute.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue on. September 22nd, 1:48 p.m. Write Anything Agency.
What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception?
Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick.
Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them.
I have no idea. If you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up if you ask me.
You got that right. Sure, I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back.
Hey, Maya. You all set to go?
Mm-hmm. Ready when you are. So, what should we start with?
Let's start with reviewing what we've learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was a time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us is actually all true.
So what really matters right now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said that she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person?
That is the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. If we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key.
I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright.
Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. Oh, we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up story plot was, too. So that's good.
You mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right?
Exactly. He might know something that could help us out.
So then what am I doing here?
I'm a very busy man, you know. Uh-huh. Sure you are, pal. Sure. Well, all the other people involved are Soren's family members. So I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but hell, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead. Ask me anything. You remember it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Alright, the incident. I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step out of this office again. Since you were there, Larry, you think you could help me get this all straight in my head? If I gotta. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in the cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Yeah, we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred right after this first reception at about 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. He forced her out onto the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point here is the mystery person Ellen said she saw strike Gloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking about that day? Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in the cabin at the time! He managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when he switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, the place was completely deserted. I guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everyone gathered somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. Okay, so clearly the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything together fast and had that second reception soon after that. And then after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern that I brought up. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We still don't know exactly what happened during the actual murder itself, though. We'll just have to look into it along with the identity of the mystery person. So, about the cabin. While the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin, right? Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual.
Yeah, we still need to explain that.
Oh, right. That drawing of the pterodactyl that you saw. What's with all the air quotes?
I really did see it, I swear.
Well, Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened.
which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh. Are you doubting the eyes of a super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else. Mistook it for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right, and I can say that with every confidence. Oh, wow, would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. It's a Larif de Nim book signing. And I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not! The other one's coming around to beg me. I guess you're right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put him down in his office expenses or something. Well, see ya. Bye. Wait. Larry, we don't need... he's gone.
I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed.
Oh, boy. Trucy's not gonna like this office expense.
There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick?
Right. We should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen?
Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up.
I thought you were going to go and help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall.
On me? Really?
Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so you go ahead and run along now.
But, boss...
Off you go, Athena.
No, I don't want to die.
We better get going too, Maya.
Okay. It's Charlie. His branches are as handsome as ever.
Charlie seems happy to see you too, Maya. His leaves are greener than usual today.
Well, he looks super healthy.
We are always making sure that he's watered and well cared. By we, I mean Athena and Trucy.
Whoa, it's one of those zigzag cabinets for dividing a person into 3. I've never seen one in real life before.
It's one of Trucy's magic props.
Ooh, let me try it out.
I don't know. Probably dangerous to get into that thing if you don't know how it works.
Oh, come on, Nick. Just hurry up and get in there already.
Wait, why am I the one getting on the chopping block? Alright, let's go. To the detention center! Woohoo! Yep, she's still at it. September 22nd, detention center, visitors room!
Oh, that poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me.
Hello, Ellen.
Oh, Mr. Wright. What's going to happen with the trial, do you think?
Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you just saw before you passed out.
You think that person could be the real killer?
It's quite possible. And if we can prove that, we can clear you of all the charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now?
He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening.
I think I better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear?
Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren?
Well, he is the one who masterminded the sound reception, the second reception after the time skip. So I thought he might be able to tell us something.
How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think. My Soren would never kill anyone.
All right, just calm down.
No, not if you're accusing my Soren.
Please, I'm not accusing anyone, so put the pan and the ladle down, all right?
Really?
Guard, how did you let those get in here? She wouldn't let us take them. What? She would not let us take them. You're telling me you couldn't take them away from... She would not let us take them. Understood. Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? Better be careful not to provoke her. So tell us about Soren.
There's nothing to tell. He's squeaky clean.
All right, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then.
Fine. But you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren.
Talk about pulling teeth. How's about Pierce then? Could you tell me about Pierce Diggity then?
Pierce? He came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As a family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household.
Only a year ago? Do you have some kind of special connection with the family?
Just a maid. So I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid.
It might have been Soren's order, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. And no, I won't be needing a wish for knowledge. Thank you very much, Ms. Monkey Paw. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anybody gain that much influence in a single year?
I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it?
Is it really as simple as that? What do you thought was time travel? Was it really just a cover-up story carried out by your in-laws? Pierce said that Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing.
I still can't believe it. Even if the second reception was fake. Someone would never use time travel for something like this. He's very serious about this time machine research, you know.
I heard there's a reason for it, that he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic?
I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist.
Really now? You think he knows someone who actually traveled through time?
That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren says as much. So I believe it.
Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? That's pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen.
You're going out to do your investigation now, aren't you?
Yes, that's right.
Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, alright?
I'm afraid I can't promise you that.
What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren anymore. I'm begging you.
I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble.
Oh, I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself.
Yikes! Ellen, please, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry now, do you?
No, you're right.
Floodwaters recede once more.
So what do you do now, Nick?
Well, Ellen said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there?
Roger, Nick.
There is one thing I want to do, though.
Oh, poor Selena. I feel so sad about what happened to her. Selena!
Yikes. Ellen, please, try to calm down. Pretty please? With sugar on top?
Soren and I were supposed to be happy. For Selena's sake, too. Ah. We should probably leave this topic alone, Nick.
I agree.
Still, it's important to figure out exactly what's going on here.
Anyways, to the mooring dock. Meanwhile, I'm gonna take another bite of my food. September 22nd, Sprocket Park mooring dock. Okay, so where should we start?
Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor.
I know. We haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet.
Hey, you're right. We still got some pretty important places left to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right?
And that lantern with the body in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in there.
Do we know how to get to the hold?
Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. Hold on.
There it is.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. September 22nd. Flying Chapel Hold. So this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. They better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb.
Hey, Nick? Aren't we supposed to need a key card to get in here?
Hey, you're right. I wonder why it was unlocked.
How's it going, Mr. Wright?
Emma! What are you doing here?
Just a little independent investigating. For my own sake. I gotta keep the mind sharp.
Ah, so the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We'd like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be alright?
Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway.
Thanks. We'll just take a quick look around then.
Oh, right. You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off.
Got it. Thanks.
That goes double for you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am!
Well, let's get the show on the road. Any progress with your investigations?
Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe.
I know what you mean.
Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you.
You're telling me. There isn't much time left, so I just gotta make do and see what I can turn up. And here we have the two cows. There are two male peggable lanterns in the reception hall. Then that must mean that these two are female pega cow lanterns.
Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me.
And yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime.
Oh, Mr. Wright? You know that lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it.
Oh, alright. We'll stop by for a look too, once you're done with fixing it. Is that the cake?
It's a cake, Nick. A cake! It's so big. They wouldn't miss one little piece, would they?
If you're in that mood, if you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out.
You mean it's not real? It sure fooled me. I'm so ready to have some. I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick. Let's go get some.
Maybe after the trial is over?
Oh, you're no fun.
Here's that flower we saw in the photo.
These are the flowers that we saw in Larry's photograph.
The petals make them look like little gears. It's the perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they're going to shower the couple with the petals?
You mean kind of like how people throw rice or confetti?
Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of the murder instead. These must be the dishes and glasses they were using for the receptions. Fancy. I bet we'd be in a big trouble if we broke any of them.
Oh, I want to see Nick.
You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them.
Nick! You think I'm gonna break them, don't you?
Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case.
Damn it, Nick.
So what's this thing?
Oh, look, Nick. It's an airplane.
I wonder if Soren built that one too.
Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick detour around the neighborhood.
Who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap?
Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times.
I think I will pass. I still got my whole life ahead of me. What's that? A wedding bell?
According to the pamphlets, it's used on the Vista deck during the wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds.
Guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold when it's not being used. So this is the airship's engine, huh? That's pretty impressive.
It's all rhythmic like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the flying chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and around. Oh, I think I'm starting to get dizzy.
Yeah, me too. Oh, look. It is the lever, the lift that Emma told us about.
Let's try going up on it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing.
Wait, I'm not even on it yet! Hey, Maya, stop the lift!
Whoop, sorry. I got a little carried away.
Never mind that. Move over a little.
Okay.
Is that blood?
Blood? Let me see.
Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood?
Well, this lift goes all the way up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion.
But I thought the victim was clubbed to death and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I better take a picture of this. Lift's bloodstain has been added to the court records. I should ask Emma about it some more later. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now?
You got it. I'll go flip the switch again. There.
Yeah, that is blood, Doom. You literally just missed us talking about it.
Done.
I want to find out some more about that blood stain. For now, I guess we should go up to the Vista deck. Take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves.
The view must be great from up there. I bet it'll be awesome.
You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of the murder?
Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick.
I know.
Okay, I'll just flip the switch again and away we go. Wow, look at that gorgeous view!
So this is where Ellen was attacked, and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed, huh? Ugh. One wrong step and it's splat on the ground below.
Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge?
Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to?
Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick?
Of course not! Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Coward! Coward, I say! You're a disgrace to investigators, Nick. Huh? Looks like there's some fingerprints on the candelabra.
Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was able to pull a set of left-hand prints.
You know whose prints they are?
Mm-hmm. The prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick! I just figured out something amazing!
You did.
Get this! If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doom and Gloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what?
You're a real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic.
Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into it myself, and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. Really? I got it right? Awesome!
Good for you, Maya.
Good for you. That's all you got to say?
I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go. I guess one can never have too much info.
Now you're talking.
But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, is it?
That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? The candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that.
Still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I better add it to the evidence file, just in case.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you can have this fingerprint powder if you like.
You're giving this to us?
Sure. I have 4 other sets.
Thanks. I feel like there's something more to the candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more?
A little more? What are you... Ooh?
What happened?
I almost dropped the candelabra, and the candle slipped off.
Well, let's be careful with that. Might be important evidence.
Wait a minute.
Now what?
One of the pins that holds the candles is broken.
What?
There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra.
There is? What makes you say that?
Call it forensic investigator's intuition. I already dusted this for prints earlier. Let's test it with luminol this time.
Knowing Emma, she'd use every last test she has at the same time as she could.
Hang on. This'll only take a second.
I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything?
Take a look at this, Mr. Wright.
What is all that blood doing on there? It's bloody?
Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception. These pins are pretty sharp.
But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some force involved. You think maybe somebody got stabbed?
But nobody reported anything like that.
What a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. No, Doom, we already know that this was the murder weapon. However,
It's absolutely unbelievable. What kind of a monster would commit a murder on someone's happiest day?
I take it this means you don't have any insignificant new leads.
No, I'm afraid not. You?
I've got nothing.
I wish I could be of more help.
Well, thanks anyway. I appreciate it. All I can do is keep on keeping on, right? Emma, about this bloodstain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd?
What's so odd about the victim's blood?
That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me.
Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you.
Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. About this bloodstain.
What about it?
There's something about it that's been bothering me.
Oh yeah? What's that?
Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene left, and a bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these two bloodstains are from the same source. I
guess that is a possibility.
Can we compare the two bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time?
Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy.
Two to 3 weeks later.
And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It seems the blood from the lift and the candelabra are, in fact, from the same person.
Okay. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood.
But if this isn't Mr. Gloomsbury's blood...
Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed somebody with a candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge bloodstain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra.
Oh my goodness. If that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder.
It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, can you have this blood analyzed?
Sure thing.
Mysterious bloodstain on a candelabra with the victim's prints on it. It's just one thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, the reception hall. I might be taking another look around in there.
Reception hall? The forensics team is in there investigating right now.
Oh, they are.
Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else.
Good idea. We can go question someone. Especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy.
Sounds good, Nick. I'll have to do some legwork then.
Yep. I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters.
He was accompanying the police in their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now.
Great. Thanks. Later, Emma.
Later.
Now that we know all these people helped in gaslighting poor Ellie, we know not to trust anything.
I still can't get over how gorgeous Rocket Manor is.
Just don't touch anything.
I wasn't going to.
She was definitely going to. I was told that I had guests. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case, if you wouldn't mind. Soren?
You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Huh?
Yeah, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me.
Will Ellen be found guilty?
We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Soren?
Alright, fine.
What was that pause all about? It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan. Isn't that right?
What large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us! You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder!
Ellen thought that through the power of timekeepers that you built, you traveled back in time.
Ah, so that's why there were 2 receptions.
Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? It looks like we'll have to delve a little deeper here. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Dickety stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out.
You said that? I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides is, in essence, my decision to do.
So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up.
That's none of your business.
But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row. And still, you claim to know nothing?
I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave.
But Soren... Incoming! Ow!
Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Go away.
Doesn't get clearer than that, huh? Looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow. Still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. Worth a try. We never really did get any information about Selena, did we? Sis, I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known.
How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others part of your job as a lawyer?
Oh, I apologize. Showing him the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. Okay.
What are you showing me that for?
Mr. Sprocket. I can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this.
Damn it. Soren, have you ever seen this before? That's... Soren? What is it? You're wasting the pencil lead, my guy. Stop! Stop! Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too. Oh, shit! He passed out! Soren?
Nick, look at his stomach. He's bleeding.
Someone! Soren's collapsed!
Mr. Soren.
Get him to the hospital. Quickly now!
Poor Soren. That must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick?
Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. So I was just thinking that maybe his injury is...
Huh? What's this?
It's Soren's notebook. He must have dropped it in the rush to get him to the hospital.
Oh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it. Don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek.
Soren's notebook. What to do? What to do? Well, I mean, we wouldn't be investigators if we didn't take a little peek, now did we? I feel guilty snooping around in someone's private personal notebook, but maybe we should take a little look-see. Whoa. It's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses this notebook to write down his invention ideas.
What is it? Did you find something?
After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changed dramatically.
Like how?
Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life. As in, every.
Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary?
But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary.
Either he's really compulsive, or maybe just plain forgetful.
Is it really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change.
Well, why don't you let me take a look at that and I'll tell you.
Hey, Maya, let go or we'll rip it!
Now look what you did. You dropped it. You should just let me take a look.
How is this my fault?
Oh no, Nick!
Ah, it fell into the pool of Soren's blood. Can't read a thing on these 2 pages now.
Oh. You're gonna get it now.
Guess it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. We can't let anything else happen to it, you hear me? Database-like notebook that chronicles the events of each day in minute detail, huh?
Hey, look. There's something sticking out of the notebook. It looks like a newspaper article.
Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. It happened on March 8th. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow.
What else does it say?
It says the driver at the time of the accident was Damas Gloomsbury. It says Soren was in the car too, and they had sustained severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Soren completely changed after the accident. So, Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into the accident. This opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Gloomsbury.
You think Soren could have...
I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. He doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Hold on, I want to have a look at this notebook. The details of the day of the murder have been rendered illegible by a blood stain. God damn it. The vehicular accident on March 8th led to the death of Soren's older sister. Soren was also in the car and suffered severe damage. Yep, okay. This could be a revenge story. Well, back to the mooring dock, I guess? I sure hope Pierce is around here somewhere. Oh, Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. Hello, Pierce. We were just looking for you.
Sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. It was totally understandable, really. But shouldn't you be at his side right now? It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I'm in constant contact with them.
Beep boop. Phone call.
Do not forget to give him his pain medication, and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal peasant bones? I must return to Master Soren now, but... Did you want something of me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed.
I hope Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain.
Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. I trust you did not look inside. Oh, of course not. Because it is filled with numerous pageant-worthy ideas you see. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I ask you a few questions about the case? Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. So if you can make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright, I'll make this as quick as I can then.
The cover-up? I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind.
I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job.
Like a lovely job description.
I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say I do not think it is wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed.
Right. In that case... I'm about to delete your message there, Moss.
Pierce,
Could you tell us more about the accident?
where did you find that? Did I not already tell you about the accident?
You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Gloomsbury was driving the car at the time. Also, the music went quiet. That's usually not a good sign. Uh-oh.
Oh? Did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then.
If Mr. Gloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake?
Please do not misunderstand. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Soren's request.
Wait, what?
That is the type of person Master Soren is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments, she thought of Master Soren.
Not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Bloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Okay, now I really don't understand how that guy's mind works. So, you were present for Selena Sprocket's last moments?
Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party.
What kind of party was it?
It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Bloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital.
Wow. To have such a terrible thing happen on what was supposed to be a day of celebration.
Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through. But Miss Selena, she... The last words Miss Selena said to me were...
Please help Soren.
Ever since then, I have attended Master Soren and tried to help him any way I can.
I see. Selena's fiancé must have been devastated.
Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon.
He was a surgeon. Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both, was he?
Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé.
What a horrible tragedy.
Oh my god! How awful. So where is her fiancé now?
Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself. So Selena had a fiance. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find anytime soon. So, are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going. Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren? There's nothing more to tell. I can't seem to get any real answers out of him by just asking him questions. There is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. Pierce, have you ever seen this candelabra before? Hi. Hello, Shu! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for tuning in. You join us on the final DLC extra case of, what is it, Spirit of Justice? Yes, Spirit of Justice. Turnabout Time Traveler. And oh my god, it's a doozy. I don't know anything about it. Oh my! Well, hello there, Cyclops! My Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. I have to break those Cyclops and find out what. Well, we can't go up to the reception hall, so... Take that! Pierce. You're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you? It is one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Thank you very much for tuning in, Shu, and thanks for tuning in all the other times as well. I hope you stick around for the streams that are going to come afterwards. Is there something special about it? Actually, yes. There's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Take that! Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured. Are any of the other people involved in this case injured? Not as far as I know. I see. Let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on? What in the world would make you think that? Oh, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it. You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for this murder. I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves that Soren had motive to kill Gloomsbury. Take that! Even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away. Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with the case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can prove that it was related to this case. I will, at least as much as I can. I should be a bit busy the next couple of months. Oh. Can I ask why you'll be busy? Is it a good thing? Oh, really? Soren's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected. Are they now? This is the piece of evidence that ties Soren's injury to Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Take that! A bloodstain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and the Vista deck. This blood matches the blood on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. This bloodstain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows that the murder, Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime. You are very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears that I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well. I will tell you everything. Could you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went out to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Gloomsbury. Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, Gloomsbury had already been murdered. So Pierce is saying that Soren was at the crime scene, but that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such an important piece of information from me? I'm very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Gloomsbury's murder were not directly related, so I decided not to mention it. This does not unnecessarily complicate the investigation.
Well, congratulations on the new job, Shu. I hope it all goes well. Yeah, those are the most calm reactions to a Cyclops being opened I've ever seen.
Now then. I am sorry, but I am afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me.
Thank you for your time. Wow. Pierce should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us all a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler after all. Sure didn't make our job any easier though, did he? But at least we've learned something new. Soren was at the crime scene.
That's true. One step forward is better than none. So what next, Nick?
Let's see. The forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out.
Sounds like a plan.
To the reception hall! Away! September 22nd, Flying Chapel Reception Hall. Looks like the police are done with their investigations in here. I wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now.
Oh, hi, Mr. Wright.
Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we had investigated this place now?
Sure. The police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say it's some of my best work.
Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too.
Well, I had to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it.
We'll be careful.
I'll be seeing you.
So, Maya, don't touch anything!
Bye, Emma, and thank you!
Well, shall we get started?
Nick!
What's wrong, Maya?
This hasn't moved an inch since the last time we looked at it.
It'd be pretty creepy if it had. Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay?
I'm just hoping it had changed somehow. You know, so it'd be more interesting?
The last thing we need is for things to get more interesting.
Hey, I think that tablecloth is new. You must have changed it since yesterday.
How can you tell?
Because the food stains that were there are now gone.
Should have known it would be because it's food related. But sparkly! This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Guess it's in police custody now. What's this? A key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something.
Excuse me, could I ask you a question?
Oh, of course. What would you like to know?
Do you know anything about this key?
It's the key that starts up the timekeeper.
Startup key?
That's right. Oh, the first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and the groom each had a symbol of their love. And when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was.
It's a heart-shaped key used to activate the timekeeper. The first startup of love ceremony? What exactly did that entail?
Oh, it's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake cutting ceremony.
What are these symbols of their love you mentioned?
Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. Sorry, I better get back to my work.
Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. Understood?
It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it?
Yeah. If only it wasn't the scene of a murder, we could really enjoy it.
True.
It must be tough for the maids to have work on a beautiful day like this.
Oh, we don't mind.
Whoa! I didn't think you'd hear me all the way over here.
We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping away all the sadness stuck to this airship.
Wow. Talk about devoted. Guess we checked out everything of interest in this area. Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes.
Shall we open it up and see? Wait, please don't open that. That's the emergency escape hatch. It leads directly outside. You'd fall to your death.
Ugh. That was a close one, huh, Maya?
I'll say.
It's a hot air balloon. A symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. I just noticed it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well.
I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. Please don't let it fall on my head. Please don't let it fall on my head. Here's the broken lantern, all patched up. And I do mean patched.
Emma said this was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it.
It was pretty smashed up. Must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. Well, she gets an A for effort at any rate. This wheel handle on the back has blood on it. Looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Maybe the blood got on there when the killer was pulling old Doom and Gloom's body inside? You see anything else worth noting?
Well, there's another one of these lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later. I already pointed this out earlier. This is the unbroken impeccable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same, or that they're made of the same parts.
Wait a minute.
What is it, Maya?
I think there's something off about this peggable.
Just about everything about it looks off to me.
I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again.
Hey, I know. It's this, right?
What? Where?
This thing about the restored lantern that's off to me is the color of the wheel handle. I pointed this out earlier! Look, it's the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handles switched around.
Oh, wow, you're right. And there's blood here on this handle. As if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand.
Right. Which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. That means that somebody inside the lantern was alive.
You think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern?
It's really hard to say at this point.
Ugh. Well, I think we checked out everything relevant to the case. What are you two doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. What's the matter with him? My notebook. I have to have... Master Soren. Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. Here you go. Yes. This is it. If Soren gets emotionally unstable without that notebook of his. Uh-oh. Looks like he's calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I can't allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest. I guess you're right. Now, if you will excuse us. Master Soren, let us retire. All right. There they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. I'm surprised we got out of that without them calling us out for getting the whole thing bloodied. Back to the office! It's been 5 hours. This case is gonna keep going on and on and on, isn't it? Oh well, in for a penny, in for a pound. September 22nd, Right Anything Agency. We're back. Anybody home?
Oh, hi, boss.
Athena, I thought you were with Trucy.
I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything?
Well, it turns out the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket.
What? Really? I always thought that he seemed suspicious.
The thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently.
No way! I don't buy that, not for a second. That's a cover-up. A cover-up, I tell you.
That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility that I have to pursue, but...
But what? It's your job, right? To pursue the heck out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was counting on the backup plan being there, Doom.
Just do it.
Yeah, but is that really what's best for Ellen?
Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead. Oh man, either way, it sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do about it, Mr. Wright?
I can't let an innocent person get convicted. So I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth, even if it ends up devastating Ellen.
What a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage.
I hope so. I really, really do. Well, Maya, let's go.
Break the news to Ellen, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet I can help you console Ellen through this piece of bad news.
Athena, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be?
Do I? Athena, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on now, let's get back to practicing. No, wait. My body can't take it anymore. But boss, you gotta help me.
A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena.
But boss! If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm gonna use a real blade on you. Run!
Sorry, Athena, but somebody's got to do it. Better you than me, though. Hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya, we better get going. To the detention center! God. I hope and pray this case doesn't take 3 more hours. September 22nd, detention center visitors room. I agree there, Shu. Poor Athena. Oh, God. She's been written out of this entire case again, simply because, oh, hey, Trucy needs a magic. Oh, hey, we hate Athena. Let's make it so that she has to suffer the entire case, huh?
Hello, Ellen.
How'd your investigation go, Mr. Wright?
Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall?
I'm sorry I kept that from you. I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you. So, I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry.
I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen. I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out.
Biz, Shacklett's AA, you should know this could turn into a 12-hour stream for no reason. Don't say that! Don't you dare jinx me, Doom! I will prevent you from ever speaking inside of this chat again if it turns into a 12-hour case. I swear to God, I don't want to be up till midnight!
I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found out.
What kind of a decision?
This is very, very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren.
What?
In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit.
No. Soren is innocent. No.
But don't you see? If I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you will be found guilty.
No. No. No.
Please, Ellen, calm down.
Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, marriage is for life, right? You really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him? Mary, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her.
Hey, don't just dump this all on me! I'm not a love expert!
Mr. Wright, I'm innocent and Soren is too. So please prove our innocence in court.
I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow.
Please let this be the final day of the trial. Please, game, I beg of you. To the next chapter! Away! September 23rd, 8:50 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3.
So the one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the crime scene. I only hope I can get some testimony from him. That'll get to the heart of the matter.
Mr. Wright,
Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial. Nevertheless,
don't tell me you're still thinking of going at Ruth. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead.
Ellen, please, try and get a hold of yourself.
I believe in Soren with all my heart. How dare you doubt him? Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Ellen, isn't it?
We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know?
The trial is about to begin, Mr. Wright.
All right. Let's go, Maya.
Yeah.
September 23rd, 9 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 6. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Let's see now. Where were we? In yesterday's session, we found out that the Sprocket family conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Bloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim. Namely, that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey, don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person, and further investigation has only proven her statement to be true. And I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. Is that all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict the defense will most likely attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit. How did you? The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had motive to murder Mr. Bloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright? Am I that transparent? Calm down, Mr. Wright. Did you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information? Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth.
But you're wrong. Soren didn't do it. He's innocent.
Miss Wyatt, please.
He's innocent, I tell you.
What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant. It did. This is just a minor hiccup. Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright? Wrong foot again is seriously cutting in my lifespan. It would appear that the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand. What? Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand.
But he's in the hospital.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Incoming! Ow! There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answers in words, not paper airplanes. Now then, Mr. Sprocket, please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of this crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket? Mr. Sprocket! All right. Yeah. You want me to talk about what happened when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception. When Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right? Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum. Let Soren be Soren. Stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall, and then I collapsed to the floor. The next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense. Wait just a minute here. You actually think Ms. Wyatt killed the victim? That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love?
Objection!
The truth can be cruel. Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say?
Oh, shit.
No, I can't believe this. Soren, thought that at least you would believe in me.
The best way now to show off your love for your groom is to admit your guilt and try to atone.
Soren,
Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught.
yeah, that's not cool, Mr. Edgeworth.
A court is where we seek the truth, and the truth is unyielding, even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry. Ugh. It too, Your Honor. Edgeworth, there's such a thing as badgering the witness. You too, Shackle. Indeed, you are very much out of line here. Watch it.
So what are you gonna do, Nick?
If the third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren, and we have to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in the testimony, but we have to push forward. No matter what. Hold it! If you didn't make it in time to see the murder itself, then who was the third person Ms. Wyatt saw? How should I know? That's just a theory you came up with yourself. Well, Mr. Wright, you're trying to force the witness into a role of your third person. But isn't it possible that the defendant is lying, or that she simply remembered? Exactly how trustworthy do you think her memory is? No matter how much I believe in Ellen, her words won't do us any good in a court without proof. What makes you think that I'm this third person anyway? Mr. Wright, can you show the proof that your witness was your theoretical third person? Not at the moment, Your Honor. No. I suggest you refrain from performing random guesswork in this courtroom. Ugh. But the possibility that it was Soren still exists. I just have to approach it from a different angle.
That was some pretty damning testimony. Saying that Ellen must have done it. I don't believe that for a minute.
I don't believe it either. Let's hope this cross-examination gives us some insight into what actually happened. But first we'll have to find something to latch onto in his testimony. Yeah, I agree. I doubt that it's actually Soren. I highly doubt it. There's way too many unanswered questions if it's Soren. Like, yeah, he's got one hell of a motive, but other than that, there's too many questions. Prime example among them being, why not just leave Ellen out to dry? Why go through the whole act of having a second reception? Why go through with the whole deal? Why not just leave Ellen out to dry if it's him? That's all he would have to do, is just say, oh, I was there and I saw Ellen do it. But no. He went through the whole act of setting up a second reception. So it can't be him. Hold it! Please tell me everything you can about when you got stabbed. After the reception, Ellen and I were enjoying a moment alone in the reception hall. Then Dumas appeared and stabbed me. He grabbed Ellen and the timekeeper and left the reception hall. Did Mr. Gloomsbury say anything at that time? I don't remember. After I was stabbed, I was immobilized by the pain. I see. Hold it! The Vista deck, huh? But it was nighttime then. Could you really see in the darkness? The moon was out, so I could see them clearly. I
From the looks of it, Dumas was trying to push Ellen, the timekeeper, off the side. So you saw the defendant about to be thrown off the airship, you say? That's right. In such a desperate situation, it would only be natural for her to fight for her life, and the murder weapon was right there within her grasp. Ugh, this isn't going well at all. I've got to do something now. Hold it! I understand that your bride was in danger, but were you really able to move with a stab wound to the gut? I was desperately trying to push the pain out of my mind. I see. So adrenaline kicked in and gave you strength. Is that right? I don't see much of anything in this statement I can refuse. That's right. I almost passed out several times as I made my way to the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... Hold it! Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? Yes. But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows in the reception hall. Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is to go through the hole and take the lift. That's not true, Edgeworth. No matter how much one hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes. Well, that's unhelpful. Soren had to have gotten there before the murder, or my claim won't stand. You have any ideas for me, Maya?
It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hole than not. I mean, you can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right?
Can't leave anything? Wait a minute. I think Maya is onto something here. The lack of a certain something actually proves that Soren didn't go to the hold. What's the matter? Are you stumped already? No, I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Mr. Sprocket didn't go to the hold. You and your paper-thin bluffs. Mr. Sprocket's bloodstain on the lift proves that he went through the hold. So what possible proof could you have that he did not, in fact, go through there? You want proof? You got it. You can do this, Felix. There's gotta be proof that Soren didn't go through the hold. Well, Mr. Wright, this proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't actually go through the hold. Right! I saw a hold entry record and thought, hey, wait a minute, we haven't used this yet. Hold on. And then I remembered, his name's not here! It's impossible for him to have gone through this without the key card being swiped. And even if he did, he would appear right about, here perhaps? But Pierce Niggity is here.
Take that!
As anyone can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Soren Sprocket entering the hold. The defense asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck. You can assert all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route even exists? Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck, you ask? Of course I can. I can prove it, even if it's just a bluff. I have to present something. Anything that can prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck. Mr. Sprocket made for the Vista deck through here. The emergency door that we saw on our way as we investigated the reception hall. It's his blimp, his design. Of course he would know how to get there. Of course he wouldn't fall, even when stabbed. To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket risked his own life, opened the escape hatch, and made his way along the outside wall to the Vista deck. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? That would certainly be much faster to the Vista deck.
Objection!
What now?
I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you could muster?
That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip, and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death. I have to agree. The defense's claim is really stretching it.
I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way.
So that's what you're going with, then, I take it.
Of course, Your Honor. This is real life, Mr. Wright. Not some cinematic drivel or a comic book or a visual novel. You have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim. I do.
Are you sure, Nick?
Kind of. Actually, I have nothing. So I'll just have to bring it out somehow.
On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside?
My theory that he was able to go along the outside wall, despite the danger, is based on... Of course it's the power of love. Of course it is! To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side. Mr. Sprocket was also able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger because of the power of love.
The power of love! That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle. I think I can relate, thanks to my own long, happy marriage.
Wow, he actually seems to be buying that. Okay, you're getting somewhere.
Objection!
The power of love, you say? That kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married.
Which I won't. For the record, everyone, Edgeworth is 35. Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed? Absolutely nothing, Edgeworth. Okay, Doom, I have seen people do the most absolutely buck-wild, insane shit for love. I have heard of women grabbing live power cables to save their husbands. I have heard of fathers raising cars off of kids to save their lives. So, walking along the outside of a blimp in order to save someone that you care about, not the stupidest, most irrational thing I've ever heard of. Yeah, it's something called paternal instinct, Doom. Way to set him off, Your Honor. Never mind all of this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime, there was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the Vista deck? Oh, that's why. Okay. Scratch the power of love, that's just impossible. Unless you want to turn Soren into chopped giblets. Even if a person could go outside through the hatch, they'd be blown away in an instant. Ah! What does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright?
A huge spinning propeller, you say? In that case, I have to admit it does seem impossible.
I should have known.
Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. Worst of times are when the lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Right?
Right. I feel like I just saw Mia looking out at me through Maya's eyes.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like it's a giant sunfish?
Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important.
There it is. There's that fearless smile that I was looking for. Now give us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do.
I had to turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Soren could have moved past the huge propeller, I had to think about what it would have been possible for him to do so. Hey, Doom, can we not talk about that here? That's between us and the Discord chat. Your Honor? Mr. Wright only makes the ridiculous face when his back is presented against the wall. Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... Mr. Edgeworth. Hold on a moment, everyone. Come on now, hurry up, please. Ah, damn it, hang on. Who's a friendly little bee? Come on now. Why is it that chat always takes forever to load? There we go. All right, we're good now. Sorry, I just had to go and take care of something. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth. It's still far too early to discount my theory. What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propellers have already shredded it to pieces. But if we think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it. Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all. I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Soren could have moved along the wall in spite of the propeller. Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible? This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the Vista deck. It's simple. The airship wasn't flying. It was still on the ground on the mooring dock. What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers is that the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime. Location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying high in the sky? No, Your Honor. I'm afraid that it wasn't. What? Then where was it? At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but moored to the ground. What? And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means the propellers weren't spinning. In which case... Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the Vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? I don't remember. Ow! Oh, I see what he did! Oh, no! Oh! Oh, I've done that one too many times in school. Ah! Ooh! If you've never jammed pencil lead into your thumb before when you're spinning your pen around, count yourself lucky! Woo! I don't remember. Ow. He stabbed himself with his pencil. That's gonna leave a mark.
Objection!
Even if the propellers weren't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way. Ah, but Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love. Yes, the amazing power of love. Not this again. Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume this so-called power of love. Yeah, that gave me a temporary tattoo once.
Oh, he flipped his pen around and accidentally jammed his thumb down thinking that it was the little clicker. No, it was a pencil lead. It's made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright? Well, okay, I don't have any evidence that proves where the airship was at the time. You can prove it, can't you? You think of anything we can use to prove it?
I can't say that I can. Oh, wait! Didn't somebody see something outside of a window at the time of the crime? I think I remember seeing someone saying as much.
You have a piece of evidence that shows what was outside the airship. Well, what are you waiting for? This piece of evidence shows that what was outside the airship at the very time of the crime. I cannot believe we're bringing Larry's drawing into all of this. Of all the things.
Take that!
This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the murder. What kind of lousy drawing is this? It's a drawing made by Larry Butts. And what can you prove that poor attempt at artistry? Larry made his drawing before he switched the lanterns. So it must have been right around when the murder was being committed, right? Now, if I could direct the court's attention here. Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period? We've already proven that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not? We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored to the ground. And what makes you so sure? That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing. Larry. That's right. It was Mr. Butts. And we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl. I can't argue with you there. Hey, wait just one doggone second here. What kind of a moron do you guys take me for? I saw it with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by the window, I tell you. I have the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me? No. Nope. Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor? I'm sorry, but not in the slightest. I'm afraid you'll need to leave the courtroom. Bailiff, if you would. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Why doesn't everyone ever believe me? Get him out of here. Shackle, you need to stop hitting your desk and actually hit the noisemaker. I know. A bit unrelated, but Larry is one of the few 2D characters that I believe actually looks better in 3D. I absolutely love the way he looks in this game. I can't argue with you there. A lot of the characters actually got a really, really good glow up with the 3D thing. Phoenix especially looks incredible. Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you're just being, well, you. Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw, there's some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. At least I think it does. What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. It better anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is a bust. If you're that confident about it, then please, go ahead and tell us what it really was. He's got some good-looking drip. Okay, I'm gonna have to point this out, aren't I? His new drip? Yeah, that's just his old yellow coat with pictures painted on it. It's literally the same thing. Yes, Your Honor. Think, Phoenix. What could that pterodactyl have actually been? Oh, I see it! I actually freaking see it! Check this out! This actually came into play! So now, follow me on this. You see this part of the sign right here? Cracked along like this. Okay, now turn it upside down with your mind, or literally just turn your head around, and you'll see that it looks exactly like a goddamn pterodactyl.
Take that!
Please, take a good look at the sign. At the shine. It appears to have been broken, and then repaired. What does this shine have to do with the pterodactyl? Please focus on this part of the sign. The part that broke off and got reattached. What about it? Now, how about we turn it like this, Your Honor? Ta-da! Oh, that shape! It's a pterodactyl in the drawing! What Mr. Butts actually saw was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by wind. What? On the day of the murder, there was some very heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock. But it's hard to imagine that this sign would make up as high as an airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much in conjecture. Why don't we return to reality now? What do you mean, too much conjecture? Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove the witness went along the wall. True. Even now, it's no more than just a possibility. And how do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth? I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record. What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere. Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument. Did we? Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's key card to enter the hold. Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hold with Mr. Nickety, didn't you? I did. What? Why didn't you tell us that in the first place? Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risk having him wrongly accused. I couldn't do without him. Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movements that night. Yay! More testimony. Goody, goody, goody. The truth, huh? The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. Well, this doesn't help me out one bit. Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and time again. Who do you think you are, treating this court of law with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. Now there are no more inconsistencies in the witness's testimony. God damn it!
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick?
I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay, Maya. Somehow I'll have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. If I even can, that is. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nickety to fall under suspicion? Is that because he has something to hide? I just didn't want the police to take up his time with all their questions. That's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him. I see. Wow, it sounds like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyways, getting back to your statement. When did you meet up with Mr. Nickety? I met up on my way to the Vista. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor. Pierce heard the commotion and came running to my aid. He could hear the pandemonium all the way from another floor? Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness's testimony? Please. Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. Pierce heard the commotion, and he came running.
Hold it!
Did Mr. Nickety come alone? I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many. You may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So you, Mr. Nickety, and a few others headed to the Vista deck. Is that right? That's right. My name doesn't appear on the entry hold record.
Hold it!
Your name doesn't appear on the hold entry record because you entered with Mr. Nickety using his key card? That's right. So I guess the hold entry record doesn't matter as much as we thought. Now that Soren's saying he was with Pierce and a few others, it's pretty tough to refute that statement. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? The cat got your tongue. Did you finally realize there's no point in continuing this trial any longer? Of course not. Gah, wipe that smug look off your face. Mr. Sprocket, please continue with your testimony.
Hold it!
Speaking of your injury, how are you now? The knife wound is deep. It continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared. But one wrong move would have spelled the end for the day there. Even so, I've seen you up and about all over the place since the incident. I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises. Mr. Wright, would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant to me. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added to the testimony. I see. Very well.
Hold it!
Your injury was really that deep? Luckily, it missed my internal organs. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive right now. According to his doctor, the injury will take about 3 weeks to heal. There's no way someone with that kind of injury could have gone along the outside wall. But he might have been able to with a burst of adrenaline brought on by the pain. Adrenaline. Is that your answer for everything? In a court of law, the only thing that matters is evidence, not rampant speculation. At least admit it's scientific rampant speculation. It's scientific rampant speculation. May I continue? Yes, of course.
Hold it!
So you still insist that you reached the Vista deck after the murder had occurred? Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Ellen must have killed him. There's no other explanation.
I guess whether Pierce was with Soren or not doesn't change the outcome.
I guess not. In fact, more witnesses actually makes it worse for us. So another cover-up, huh?
That Soren has too many secrets. Maybe he's still hiding other things too.
That's definitely a possibility. But in a situation like this, what we have to do is go back to the basics.
You can go over the testimony and check for any lies or inconsistencies?
You got it.
All right, Nick, let's go for it.
Here's the thing, though. You were stabbed with this candelabra, not a knife.
Objection!
Explain, please? Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is from a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra. A fact I know you're quite aware of. Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. Having after the first wedding reception, the happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. As when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said,
Objection!
It's been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with the case. You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute. Gah. I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake. Thank you for sticking around, Shu, and thanks for always joining us. Hope to see you next time. It'll probably be the day after tomorrow, because I am so taking tomorrow off. We're at 5.5 hours. I don't see the end in sight. But I do contend that it's an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I have to go after. And I say it is not important. And let's not waste any more time on this matter. I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and then. But, Your Honor, please let me explain. But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes the slip-up so important? Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Soren himself who told Pierce that he had been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of a reason for it. Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important. The point to focus on here is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Think carefully, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial. I see. So why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright? Mr. Sprocket identified the wrong weapon used against him because... if we say he misspoke, that would just lead us back to where we are. Why would he lie with this to cover for someone? So he's got to have no memory of it, right? He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid.
Objection!
Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your baseless claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character. Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim? Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Soren has said, how he's behaved. That's where I'll find a clue. Very well. Let's hear your argument, then. My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is... his notebook. He's been writing down every single little detail about himself, about what he's going through every single day. The notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it. Like a diary, perhaps. No, Your Honor. It's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more on the order of a database, actually. A database, you say? That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook.
Objection!
How could you possibly know that for sure? You might just be an extremely compulsive person. I thought so too myself, at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday. You mean you got a stain on it? Hey, you're the one who tried to grab it on my—
Objection!
Never mind whose fault it was. Just get to the point already. Right, sorry. Mr. Sprocket. The
page Miss Fate got a stain on yesterday. That's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it? No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now, drop the subject already. Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used it to write down invention ideas, but after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more, and in much more detail. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date. Something so monumental, it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright. I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about. And this is the proof. This is the thing that caused Mr. Sprocket's memory disorder.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder. Is this true, Mr. Sprocket? Well, is it? Mr. Sprocket! It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. It's as if I'm constantly going back in time. What? That's awful. God, just imagine every time you wake up for years. How old is this article? March 8th. Years and years of waking up day after day. God, I would try to stop sleeping. Inconceivable time traveler who goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep. You're the time traveler you were talking about. So that's what Soren meant. He was talking about himself. The reactions of the people around me each time I awoke made me aware of my condition. So I decided to write everything down in my notebook, so I could move forward. So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook. That's right. Oh God, we took a piece of his history away from him. Fuck. Since the page about your stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one more thing I'd like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings towards the victim? Mr. Sprocket's feelings towards Dumas Gloomsbury. That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he wakes up from sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died. Mr. Wright, you can't mean... Mr. Sprocket. Your pent-up feelings of anger and resentment towards Mr. Gloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you woke up, were they not? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder. Isn't that right? What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Gloomsbury for revenge? Ugh. Well, Mr. Sprocket. Hi. Hello, Ellie. Miss Wyatt.
Your Honor? I did it. I killed Mr. Gloomsbury.
No! What?
Damn it, Ellie!
Miss Wyatt, what are you trying to do? Oh, God, she is. I guess she really did mean it.
My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted.
Are we to understand that you're confessing your guilt? No, 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 no. Now wait just a minute here.
Hold it. Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I testified that I thought you must have killed him. I'll admit, I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren. Without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that you still feel this way.
Now that's love! Damn!
You loved me all this time, the same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you're the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that. Ellen.
Your Honor, there are two things I would like to correct. Two corrections. What are they?
First of all, I would like to withdraw one of my statements. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word.
You can't be serious.
So that means Soren never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick?
Ellen really does love Soren with all of her heart. But in order to save her, I still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen. And what is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket?
The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment towards Dumas about my sister.
What? Why not?
That's because the one who caused the car accident was me.
What? Explain yourself right fucking now! I agree with Shackle. Order in this court! Continue, Mr. Sprocket, at once!
I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father made Dumas take the blame. In exchange for money and the position of the lead servant.
Oh my god.
So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me, not the other way around. He must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me.
Are you sure about all of this, Mr. Sprocket?
Very sure. It's all been written down in detail in my notebook.
That notebook is important evidence supplying the background to this case. I must insist that you submit it as evidence. However, once this case is over, it shall be returned to you, unaltered.
Notice said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister and Dumas are both dead because of me and my negligence.
I just glanced through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he was stabbed due to the blood stain. But what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated.
Your Honor, as long as it matches what is written in that notebook, can we still take the witness's testimony as valid, in spite of his memory disorder?
Yes, I believe we can.
I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray. But if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed. Edgeworth's
Right. I'm still in the same bind as before.
Should I really simply accept the content of the notebook?
As a substitute for memory? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocket's notebook as an official representation of his memories?
I
accept this notebook as an official representation. God, no! Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy. Very well, but be quick about it. Thank you, Your Honor.
So how should we examine it?
Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. Okay, all different angles. There's no point in it if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Soren. Here I go. Yikes. Ugh, it's just a page that Maya got all stained. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at this moment. I'll keep going. This is the last page where there's writing. Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. I better take a closer look. A page has been torn out. It looks like there was something written on it.
Quick, get me a pencil!
It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocket, do you know what it was written on it? Oh, that? I often tear out a page when I write someone a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out, and gave it to them. Oh yeah, he does do that a lot, doesn't he? Oh yeah. That solves that then.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page. But now that the page has been torn out, how can we determine what was written there? Well, let's see. To find out what was written in the notebook, we should use the fingerprint powder. Duh. If we use the fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written. Fingerprinting powder. How would that help us find out what was written there? Well, if the writing left indentations to the blank page behind it, Your Honor, it's just like a pencil. Fingerprint powder would still make those small indentations visible to the naked eye. Oh, stop. Fingerprinting powder would only sully the notebook further. Mr. Wright, if you use the powder and don't find anything, then you must accept the notebook as representation of the witness's memories. Very well, Your Honor. I understand. I don't find anything. It's all over anyway. Powder, please don't fail me now. I will now use the fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. Please, 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 please be something really, really, really good. That should do it. Okay, I guess not.
Damas took Ellen to the Vista deck. I struck and killed Damas. Fuck. This is very bad. Okay. Looks like I didn't get quite enough. It says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page. What? It can't be.
I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of a mistake. Soren would never, could never.
Oh, she passed out. Okay. Miss Wyatt. Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once. Apparently, the defendant got too worked up. She is resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all that Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. With his critical page torn out, not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he had done. I'm the one who killed Dumas. So it wasn't Ellen. Oh, thank God. Mr. Sprocket, does this mean that you were at the crime scene during the murder after all? I guess I must have been. But Mr. Sprocket, can we really believe what's written in this notebook? Nobody touches this notebook with me. And when I sleep, it's under a lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have. Wow. Now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. All the... Yes, Your Honor. Please give your ruling now, while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible.
Soren really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he?
Yeah. So this is how it ends. Is that how it really happened? Is there really no way for them both to be happy? I know we should consider anything written in the notebook to be the truth, but still. I myself wrote the crime of my notebook. No further proof is necessary. Soren himself wrote it in his notebook? Wait a minute. Very well. I will now give my verdict. Ellen is about to be found not guilty. Soren will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet, am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling? Of course not! We don't go for anything but happy endings here! Go for it, Phoenix! No. Not when there's still one more avenue left to explore. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook. Oh, is there? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet, and your client is a free woman. I know, but I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way for Ellen and Soren to be happy. What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright? I
believe the question here, Your Honor, should be, why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place? Why, to destroy the evidence, I would imagine. But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory, which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No, if he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have to remember that he had done it. Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Mr. Wright? Yes, please explain so that we can all understand. Yes, Your Honor. The page was torn out of the notebook because... No. Absolutely not.
Screw it. Let's go with the old third-party option. Why not?
The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else.
What? Damn it, Mr. Wright. You need to stop doing this. Order! Order in this court! Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook, Mr. Wright?
It's not all that surprising if you consider what's happened up until now. After both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind.
But I had my notebook with me all the time.
Did you? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it.
That's true.
So, who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright? If we think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. The one who may have tried to tamper with the notebook, the only other person we've ever seen have it, besides us, is Pierce Nickety.
Take that!
The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory is Pierce Nickety.
Pierce? Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me?
Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nickety who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme.
No. No, that can't be. Which of my memories are mine? It would have been rewritten. When did he start writing my memories? Who wrote this? And this, and this. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this.
Uh-oh.
He's getting away!
Wait, isn't this a ceiling port?
He literally took off!
What?
Look, Nick, he's coming back down. My memories. Ellen.
Oh, shit, he's done. Mr. Sprocket. Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary on the double as well. Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away. So let's resume where we left off. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nickety to the stand.
Objection!
We already know that he carried out a cover-up to protect the company and Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him?
This time it's different. The notebook, or rather Mr. Sprocket's memories, have been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nickety.
Don't tell me. Are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect in order to exonerate the defendant and her groom?
I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything. Yet. All I know is that Mr. Nickety is the only one who knows the truth. I think he's still hiding something. Something we don't know about yet.
No grounds yet, is it?
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling this witness to the stand?
It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do.
Very well. We will break for a 20-minute recess.
Oh, God. Another to be continued? Please, God, let this be the last one. We're at 6 hours! September 23rd, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Now we'll have to face Pierce on the stand. Not sure if I should be surprised or not. One thing's for sure, though. He won't be an easy adversary.
So, do you think Pierce did it?
It's too early to say anything at this point, but I do think he's still hiding something.
Nick! Why didn't you pin everything on Soren Loser back there?
Looks like Larry still hasn't given up on Ellen.
If this Pierce guy is the real bad guy, Soren and my Ellie will live happily ever after together.
Larry, it's not the kind of thing a decent human being says.
Shame on you, Larry.
Oh, boo! You think I don't know? I know I had to give up on my Ellie. But Nick, promise you'll make her happy. She deserves a happily ever after.
I'm sure Soren will make her happy, once all this is said and done. The trial is about to resume, Mr. Wright. All right. You ready, Maya?
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
I'll be rooting for you, Nick. September 23rd, District Court, courtroom number 6.
This court is now back in session. Witness, please take the stand.
Hello, Pierce.
Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Pierce Niggity. I'm the Sprocket family butler.
Let's get straight to the point, Mr. Niggity. Someone tore out a page from Mr. Sprocket's notebook to manipulate his memories. And that person was you, wasn't it?
That is correct. What about it?
Well, that was easy. So why did you do it? Why did you tamper with Mr. Sprocket's notebook?
Please allow me to explain. It pains me to do this, but I will tell you the truth.
It pains you?
That is correct. For my testimony will go against Master Soren's wishes.
Soren's wishes? What is he talking about?
I rushed to the Vista deck, but the crime had already been committed. I saw Miss Ellen and Gloomsbury collapse and Mr. Soren writing in his notebook. Mr. Soren said to me that I'll take the blame for the murder, so please take care of Ellen. I went against his order. I tore out the page of his notebook and hid the body. Wait a second. What Mr. Sprocket was writing in his notebook at the time, could that be... It was meant to be a confession. An admission that he'd killed Gloomsbury himself. He was trying to trick himself when he woke up! He wrote that message to take the blame for Ms. Wyatt? That is correct. Master Soren did hit Gloomsbury with the timekeeper to save Miss Ellen. That Mr. Sprocket was the culprit after all. However, that blow did not kill Gloomsbury.
That makes sense.
Mr. Sprocket's injury wouldn't allow him to put much force into it. Enraged, Gloomsbury tried to attack Master Soren, who was already seriously wounded. But just in the nick of time, Miss Ellen hit Gloomsbury from behind and finished him off, it would seem. So the one who inflicted the fatal blow was the defendant. Yes, that is correct. But Master Soren tried to take all the blame onto himself. No way. This is pretty bad, Nick.
No kidding. Pretty bad is an understatement.
Well, Mr. Wright. It seems your decision to call for Mr. Nickety has backfired.
But the true culprit behind this case remains the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Ah, could this get any worse? But Pierce was involved in the cover-up plot, and I bet he still got something to hide. Hold it! I thought you went to the Vista deck with Mr. Sprocket. Actually, that is not true. What? What do you mean? I found this out afterwards, but Mr. Soren went to the Vista deck alone. He went out the escape hatch in the reception hall and went along the outside wall. What? You can't be serious. You mean Mr. Wright's addlepated guess was actually correct? What's with the addlepated? I suppose truth really is stranger than fiction. So, Mr. Nickety, when you went to the scene, you saw Mr. Bloomsbury, Miss Wyatt, and Mr. Sprocket. Is that right? That is exactly right. I saw Miss Ellen and Bloomsbury collapse, and Master Soren writing in his notebook. Hold it! So when you and your group arrived at the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed. That is correct. Bloomsbury had already been struck. Miss Ellen had lost consciousness, probably from the shock of the incident. I had a Mr. Sprocket appear. He was bleeding from the stab wound he'd received from Bloomsbury. Barely conscious, he was writing something in his notebook. So the mysterious third person Ellen saw really was Soren. Master Soren said to me that I'll take the blame for the murder. Hold it! So, Mr. Sprocket wrote a note of confession in order to take the blame for Miss Wyatt? Yes. That notebook is the only form of memory Master Soren has. So you understand what his action meant, I trust.
What did it mean, Nick?
To Soren, everything in that notebook is the truth. So Soren tried to take the blame by altering his own memory to make himself think that he did it.
No.
If that's not true love, goddamn. Master Soren truly loves Miss Ellen. It must have been love that made him do that. Hold it!
Yeah, tell us more about this.
Mr. Nickety, could you please tell this court about that in more detail? That, you say? Which part do you mean, Mr. Wright? Could you be more specific? Oh, alright. I want to know how you tore out the page of the book. Why did you go against Mr. Sprocket's order and tear out the page? That is a silly question. As I told you before, disposing of anything that may harm the Sprocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Oh, right. You did say that before, didn't you? I tore the page out of the notebook in order to protect Master Soren. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony? No, Your Honor, that's not necessary. No. All right, very well. This testimony of Pierce's. I wonder how much of it we can actually believe.
Yeah, who knows what parts are true and what parts are more spun tales.
Exactly. But we can't just stand around mulling it all over. We have to try and draw information out of him and see if there's anything left. Hold it! Please tell me more about the hiding of the body.
Very well.
After saying he would take the blame, Master Soren passed out. That's when I hid the body. I quickly took the lift down to the hole, where I hid Bloomsbury's still warm body in the spare Peekaboo lantern. So it was you who hid the body, not the defendant. I think Mr. Butts would move the lantern, containing the body to the reception hall. Well, I did not see that coming. I don't blame you. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. Not even Larry can predict what Larry will do next. That's an amazing line. Maybe I should take another look at the lantern in evidence. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony? Yes, please. Very well. Please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Nickety. Hold it! Why did you hide the body in the lantern? As I told you yesterday, it was to make it as though the murder never happened. But thanks to Mr. Butts, things did not turn out as planned. So holding the second wedding reception wasn't Mr. Sprocket's idea. It was yours. It was all for Master Soren's sake. And Sprocket Aviation. If I am accused of a crime for trying to cover up that incident, then I shall gladly accept it willingly. He didn't even care about himself.
So he's talking about the cover-up after the incident, huh?
Right. That's information only somebody who was actually involved would know.
So it might be a really important piece of testimony.
I think so too. And I really have to tread carefully here.
This is something I've been saying since the very freaking beginning. There's bloodstain on the inside wheel handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. I have been saying this since the start of the case, that he was still alive inside of this lantern.
Could it be? Is that what happened? If what I'm thinking is true, then maybe I can prove neither Ellen nor Soren did the deed. Mr. Nickety, you said the body was still warm when you hit it, correct? So then what if Mr. Gloomsbury was still alive when he went to put his body inside the lantern? What?
What? That's preposterous.
Actually, this shows that the victim might have still been alive when he was inside.
I'm afraid I'll have to point out which part you're talking about, Mr. Wright.
This part here shows that the victim might have still been alive inside of the lantern.
Take that!
As you can see, the back end of the lantern is a door. And there's blood here on the wheel handle.
Objection!
That blood stain must have gotten there when the witness put the body inside of the lantern. It in no way shows that the victim drew his last breath while he was within the lantern. I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. For you see, in putting this lantern back together, the police inadvertently placed the inside handle on the outside, and vice versa.
In other words, the wheel handles got swapped. Oh my. So they got swapped.
Yes, they got swapped. What? But that's ridiculous. Not at all. If you compare the other male peggable lantern into the reception hall, it's quite obvious the wheel handles were backwards. Ugh. Someone is getting a pay cut for this. The detective in charge of the restoration will see me in my office later. Sorry, Emma. Good luck.
Nick, you ass.
In that case, what does the bloodstain on the wheel handle mean?
The bloodstain didn't get there by chance. When the victim was put inside the lantern, he was only unconscious, not dead. And when he regained consciousness, he probably tried to get out of the lantern. So he grasped the inner wheel handle, and that's when the blood got on it. This proves that the victim was still alive when he was inside of the lantern.
Yeah, poor Gumshoe. Yeah, I mean, poor Emma.
At the time, I was completely convinced Gloomsbury was dead. And I checked more carefully, he might have survived. Unfortunate to be sure, but not significant enough to change the trial's outcome. Again, I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. It actually has a very significant impact on this case. The victim was struck by the defendant, then he died from his injuries sometime later. There's nothing more to it. that's where you're wrong. Let's take another look at Mr. Gloomsbury's autopsy report, shall we? Please, focus on the description of his injuries. It says, 1 contusion was found on the back of the head, and 1 on his side. Yes, the one Mr. Sprocket gave him, and the one Miss Wyatt delivered to finish him off. No, the defense would like to submit a different interpretation. A different interpretation? The victim was knocked unconscious by the first blow, and then put into the lantern. Then, what about the lethal blow by the defendant that the witness should talked about? Yes, well, that didn't happen. After some time, when the victim regained consciousness and tried to get out of the lantern, that's when he received the second blow to finish him off. Taking into account the fact that the victim was alive for a period after the first hit, and that he did receive a second blow to the head, it does seem entirely possible. Yes, as long as the first blow didn't kill the victim instantly, there's a possibility that someone other than Mr. Sprocket or Miss Wyatt delivered the final blow. That's all you've got. Even if there was a time lag between the 2 blows, the prosecution's position does not change. What? What do you mean? It's elementary, Mr. Wright. After the reception, when the defendant was cleaning up the reception hall, the victim, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly came out of the lantern. The defendant grabbed the murder weapon, which was right there, and finished him off. That sure does sound awfully familiar. Of course it does, Your Honor, because it's exactly what I proposed at the very start. The second blow was inflicted by the defendant after all. I see. Seems a tangle of mysteries has unraveled into a single thread. But as long as there's a possibility that the fatal blow was delivered by a third person, then we must continue the deliberation. Give it up, Mr. Wright. Unless you have something to prove the presence of your precious third person. Okay,
Nick, just relax. You can do this. Come on now, take some deep breaths.
good idea. Deep breaths, deep breaths.
There. Don't you feel better already?
Maya's right. I should calm down and get my focus back and go over everything again. And then hopefully I'll be able to find something to prove that there was a third person. Let's see. First, why did Bloomsbury attack Ellen?
Because he was tired of taking the blame for the accident?
But something about that line of reasoning just doesn't feel quite right to me.
No? How come?
Well, if it's just a personal vendetta, he had already stabbed Soren. So why was he so determined to go after Ellen?
You're right. This whole thing feels too premeditated for a crime of passion.
But Bloomsbury didn't seem to have a personal grudge against Ellen. If Bloomsbury didn't have a personal grudge against Ellen, then... You've taken long enough, Mr. Wright. Now it is time for some action. What proof do you have a third person was involved? Alright, I'll show you. I'm not completely sure of what I'm doing yet, but it looks like I'm out of time. This piece of evidence proves the involvement of a third person.
Well, obviously it's the notebook, right?
Wait, no.
Right! Of course! I just remembered! Gloomsbury is left-handed! There's no way he wrote this note!
Take that!
I get it. Now I see why this note bothers me so much when I first saw it. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Your Honor, please take a look at this note. This shows the victim's murder plan, right? It's definitely a murder plan, but what if Mr. Gloomsbury didn't write this note himself? What? This is how you intend to conjure up your mysterious third party, Mr. Wright. Can you even prove that note wasn't written by the victim? Yes. Yes, I can. Very well, then. Please present your evidence, Mr. Wright. This evidence proves that the victim didn't write the note. The candelabra, bearing fingerprints from Bloomsbury's dominant left hand.
Take that!
This is the weapon that Mr. Bloomsbury used to stab Mr. Sprocket. I was wondering when you pulled out this time. Dare I ask what that could possibly have to do with this note? Mr. Bloomsbury's prints were found on this candelabra. The prints were from his left hand. So, that makes the victim left-handed, correct? Exactly, Your Honor. The police looked into it too and confirmed as much. However, take a look at the smudged writing in the note. Notice how the smudging only starts from the middle of each preceding line. Had this been written by a lefty, the writing would be smudged from the far left end. This means that whoever wrote this note was definitely right-handed. In other words, somebody other than the victim wrote this note. What? But if someone other than Mr. Bloomsbury wrote it, then what does this note mean? Mr. Bloomsbury followed this note to the letter when he attacked Miss Wyatt. So clearly this note isn't a murder plan written by Mr. Bloomsbury, but rather, these are instructions to kill Miss Wyatt, issued by someone else.
Objection!
If it wasn't the victim who wrote these so-called instructions, then who wrote it? Most of the people involved are right-handed, you know. He is correct. The majority of the family and their employees who are on the airship are indeed right-handed. I must say that is a very rough and slipshod conjecture you propose. Okay, I admit I haven't figured out who wrote it just yet.
Leave it to Mr. Edgeworth to go for the jugular.
Okay, this culprit who ordered Bloomsbury to attack Ellen. What would their motive have been?
It doesn't seem very likely Ellen did anything to incur anybody's wrath, right?
Right. Not too likely, anyway. In that case, it has to be about Soren.
Okay, if someone were to hold a grudge against Soren, what would it be about?
That accident, I suppose. I can understand if Bloomsbury felt resentful about having to take the blame.
The one who lost the most in that accident was Soren's sister. She lost her life after all. Soren suffered too, of course. He was crushed by losing somebody precious to him.
Somebody precious, huh? Soren's sister. Wait, there is one more person! There's someone else who's been holding a grudge against Soren.
You figured something out?
I think so. I think there's somebody else used Bloomsbury to try and get revenge against Soren. Did you say somebody tried to get revenge against Mr. Sprocket, Mr. Wright? The person who manipulated and used Mr. Bloomsbury was Selena's fiancé. The person who used Mr. Bloomsbury to try and get revenge on Mr. Sprocket, and then finished Mr. Bloomsbury off to silence him, was a man dear to Mr. Sprocket's older sister. Selena Sprocket's fiancé. Not that I'm positive, but it's certainly possible. His fiancé could have made Bloomsbury attack Ellen to get his revenge on Soren. What? Her fiancé! Order in this court! Order, I say! Yes, it does seem quite believable that Miss Selena Sprocket's fiancé would bear a grudge against Mr. Sprocket for his role in the accident. Exactly, Your Honor. Maybe her fiancé was trying to murder Miss Wyatt in order to make Mr. Sprocket experience the same pain that he did.
Objection!
Miss Sprocket's fiancé was a surgeon, if memory serves me. But the only people who attended the reception were family and staff members. That may be. But then that just means that Miss Sprocket's fiancé must have been amongst those who attended.
What? Really?
Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed Bloomsbury?
Oh, I see what you're doing. It's just another giant bluff, isn't it?
All right. I'll bite. Who exactly do you claim this fiancé to be? Yes, I would like to know as well.
Are you sure you're gonna be okay, Nick?
Maybe? When it comes to suspicious people, there's only one person on my list. I've got to find something that connects him to Selena. This will help us identify Miss Sprocket's fiance. It's the one piece of evidence we haven't used yet. Selena Sprocket's photo.
Take that!
Please take a look at this photo, Your Honor. That photo. Notice Miss Sprocket's pocket watch? Haven't we seen it somewhere before? I didn't see that until now, but holy shit! Thanks for subscribing, Anthony, and welcome to the stream. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see here. Nash. Now that you mention it, I do feel as if I've seen it somewhere before. I believe we've all seen it. Right here in this very courtroom. Ugh. Impossible! That's right. The pocket watch in this photo is the one you've been opening and closing this whole time. It's the same pocket watch Mr. Nickety has on him right now. What? This is clear proof of a strong connection between Pierce Nickety and Selena Sprocket. No. Well, Mr. Nickety, is this the truth? Mr. Nickety, you were once engaged to Selena Sprocket. That pocket watch, you keep it as a memento of her, don't you? Mr. Nickety, you plan to rob Mr. Sprocket of his loved one, to make him feel the same pain as you. Isn't that right? But Mr. Sprocket managed to fight back and knock Mr. Gloomsbury unconscious. You thought Mr. Gloomsbury was dead, and you hid his body in the lantern. But then you noticed Mr. Gloomsbury gained consciousness. And so you finished him off to prevent your plan from being exposed. This is the defense's take on what really happened in this murder case. Mr. Wright, does this mean you wish to officially accuse this witness of the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury? Does the defense accuse Mr. Nickety of the murder? Of course we do. The defense indicts Pierce Nickety on the charge of murdering Dumas Gloomsbury. Oh my! Mr. Nickety, would you care to respond? Man, this lawyer just yaps on and on and on. As you guessed, this watch is a memento of Selena. It stopped working at the time of the accident, though. Then you really are. Yes, I was Selena's fiancé, and not just her fiancé, but the surgeon beside her deathbed.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety, why didn't you tell me any of this before? Shut it, you useless prosecutor. I thought you could be of use, but apparently this case was too much for you. What did you say? If your office hadn't stuck its nose all up in this, I could have swept it under the rug. Not only did you interfere with the case, but you even let me fall under suspicion. That's because you kept trying to cover things up on the sly. But covering things up wasn't your only involvement. The only person who had a motive to use a victim to try and kill Ms. Wyatt was you. Malignant tumors. There are malignant tumors in this courtroom. Lesions oozing with false charges. The tumors are the one idiotic lawyer and one useless prosecutor. After this truth is revealed, I'll have the both of you incised from the legal world. I'd like to see you try. With the power of the Sprocket family, it'd be a cinch. I will now begin this operation.
What in the world happened to Mr. Nickety?
Looks like he's finally showing his true colors.
Nick, look what he did to the shoulder mag.
Quit your yapping before I suture your chatty lips shut.
It's like he's a completely different person.
Sure looks like it, huh? We can't let our guards down now. Mr. Nickety, it's finally time for you to testify to the truth. It's shame for entering the final act at last.
Hallelujah!
Witness, your testimony, please. Right to remain silent. Nah, that doesn't happen in these games. Oh my god, he's actually remaining silent. Mr. Nickety, why didn't you say anything? Ah! He just took a picture of me or something. You want me to voluntarily testify, hoping I will make a slip of the tongue. Not a very impressive plan. Or brain, I might add. Wait, are those spikes on the back of his head actually bone? That explains so goddamn much. Ow, that was uncalled for. If you want to know something, you ask the question. I will answer, but I have no intention of making any voluntary statements of my own.
What's he trying to do, Nick? He's using the silent treatment as a strategy to avoid getting tripped up.
Clever guy. No more lies, Mr. Nickety. You will tell us nothing but the truth from now on. Ugh. What do you think you're doing? No one asked you to speak. Just keep quiet over there and play with your frills. How dare you? Wow, this is a rather unconventional situation. It appears that for the first time in the series, someone is actually using the right to remain silent. Please proceed, Mr. Wright, so that Shackle may finally go to bed. Yes, Your Honor. All right, so we gotta press everything and ask questions, don't we? He won't speak voluntarily, and I guess I'll have to just ask him something. What question should I ask? Why did you kill Gloomsbury? Isn't it true that when Mr. Gloomsbury regained consciousness inside of the lantern, you murdered him in order to silence him? He was an excellent employee, and very loyal to me. Gloomsbury was my right-hand man. I'd suffer the most from losing him. You really think I would kill a guy like that? I just saw your comment, Meowly. Oh, God. Please don't turn into old bag. That would make sense only if you were innocent. But since your goal was revenge, you don't really have anything to care about. You don't really have to care about something like that. But I am innocent, I tell you. Don't try to force your conjectures onto me. Because without decisive evidence, I can't pursue this line of questioning anymore. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness testimony? Duh! It's either that or we get nothing at all. Yes, please, Your Honor. Every little bit I can drag out of him helps, right? Hold it! What did Mr. Gloomsbury think of Mr. Sprocket? After all, he was forced to take the blame for the accident. He must have been resentful.
He got his position as the lead servant in exchange for taking the blame. It wasn't exactly a bad deal for him.
But he must have felt some sort of indignation.
Who knows? Now that he's dead, we'll never know for sure. It's pointless to talk about it any further.
Alright. Dead men tell no tales after all.
Hold it!
You've been nursing a grudge against Mr. Sprocket over the loss of your fiancée. Isn't that right?
I'd be lying if I said I felt no resentment whatsoever. But Master Soren didn't cause that accident on purpose. Master Soren himself has suffered greatly.
But you quit being a surgeon and found a way to get even closer to Mr. Sprocket. Wasn't that so that you could carry out your revenge on him?
Don't insult me. Supporting Master Soren and Sprocket Aviation is with my life's work. It's my penance for not being able to save Selena. This is how I honor her.
I feel your devotion. I feel your devotion as both a fiancé and a surgeon. Your statement breaks my heart.
I never thought of exacting revenge on Master Soren.
Never thought of it, huh? I guess I should probably take that with a pound of salt. Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony? Everything helps. Yes, please, Your Honor.
Hold it!
So you have had no thoughts of vengeance towards Mr. Sprocket whatsoever?
Of course not. Selena wouldn't have wanted that. I've thrown my own life away and lived solely for the sake of the Sprocket family. That is how I show my love for her.
Alrighty then.
Well, one thing's for sure. Pierce gets really emotional when it comes to Selena.
No kidding. I'm not so sure how he feels about Soren. His love for Selena is pretty obvious.
This isn't gonna be easy, is it?
You can say that again. All I can do is just try to draw out as much information as I can out of him. Look for any inconsistencies.
This is the moment of truth, huh, Nick? Good luck.
Thanks.
Hold it!
On the day of the incident, you're constantly surrounded by your subordinates. Is that right?
Absolutely. I was in someone else's line of sight at all times. After all, I was busy taking care of every detail of the event. Mr. Edgeworth, I believe your investigation backs up my claim.
I got statements that said groups of his subordinates worked with him in rotation, so he was always with someone.
As the prosecutor just said, I couldn't even get close to the lantern containing Bloomsbury by myself. Let alone kill him.
Pierce didn't have a chance to get close to the victim alone, huh? Mr. Wright, would you like that statement added to the witness's testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have that statement added to his testimony. Very well.
Hold it!
So you were always in someone's line of sight. I was surrounded
by family members and staff as we prepared for the reception. During the reception, I was stationed behind the sweetheart table to attend to the couple. When could I possibly have committed murder?
I'm not buying it. If Pierce is the true killer, then there must have been some time when he was out of everyone's sight.
What do you think, Nick? Is there a chance for us here?
Well, as long as we have some kind of testimony from him, there has to be. Just have to compare his testimony against the evidence and...
Find an inconsistency, right?
Exactly. This is it. All I have to do is do this right. Right here. Much of the reception hall is obscured by the fog.
It's even kind of hard to tell some of the people apart here.
Objection!
Mr. Nickety testifies that he was always with someone at the point of the incident and never had a moment alone to commit the crime. Yes, and the police investigation backs that statement up, doesn't it? But there was an opportunity. In fact, one and only one. A moment when Mr. Nickety could have killed Mr. Gloomsbury without anyone noticing.
What?
And the one thing that made it that moment possible is shown here in the photograph.
What? With all these people watching, I couldn't have possibly committed murder. Do not believe him, Your Honor. This lawyer is a malignant tumor. He wants to infect this judicial body with violent accusation.
Mr. Nickety, I would ask that you keep quiet this time. We need to evaluate the defense's claim, and your yammering only serves to throw further suspicion your way. Mr. Wright, let's see this one thing you mentioned. But be warned, this had better not be one of your offhanded claims. Who do you think you're talking to, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, Mr. Wright. Please, point out for us the one thing that made the moment of the murder possible. That one moment when it was possible for Mr. Nickety to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. The one thing that made that single moment possible is this.
Take that!
The one thing that made the moment of the murder possible is this thick mood fog that engulfed the entire reception hall. It is under the cover of this fog that Mr. Nickety murdered the victim. What? Mr. Nickety was standing there, right next to the lantern that Mr. Gloomsbury was in. This was the only moment before the murder. This was the only moment the murder could have been committed without being seen.
Objection!
I can accept that there was a moment when the witness was obscured from others by fog. But that doesn't prove Mr. Nickety killed the victim at that very moment. If you can't prove the crime was committed during the reception, the trial ends here. Ugh. So caught up in finding a foothold that I forgot to think that far ahead.
Well done, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time to call this trial's time of death.
Well, Mr. Wright, can you prove the murder happened during the reception?
Don't even bother. His claim is dead on arrival. Victory is within your grasp, prosecutor.
Quiet, witness. I have no interest in victory. All I care about is the truth. One that we can only arrive at through further deliberation. Edgeworth.
Enough of this. Your Honor, this trial is over.
No, Mr. Nickety. That is for me to decide. Mr. Wright, can you prove it? Can you prove that the murder was committed during the wedding reception?
Why is there no verdict yet? The lawyers obviously out of answers. the prosecutor, the judge, they're all infected. Their malignant stupidity is so advanced, not even the best surgeons can save them. In fact, not even a brain transplant could cure them. This court is infected with idiocy. It's a pandemic.
Objection!
Mr. Niggity, that's enough already.
Finally ready to give up, are you?
Never. Just the opposite, actually. I'll prove the murder was committed during the reception by you. Gah!
You'll prove it?
Can you really, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. To be honest, I don't know exactly how I'll do it just yet. If I want to get to the truth, the Edgeworth... Let me try that again. If I want to get to the truth Edgeworth was talking about, I'll just have to find that way. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's have your proof.
Enough of this foolishness. He's just bluffing. Stop him from speaking, Your Honor.
I will do nothing of the sort.
You're just a district court judge. With the power of the Sprocket family out.
Enough of your foolishness, Mr. Niggity. This judicial body will not succumb to the influence of money or power. Now then, let's hear it, Mr. Wright. Let's hear your truth. Think, Phoenix. Remember everything you've learned so far. You can do this. You can find the definitive evidence that will lead us to the truth. Once and for all. It's showtime! One last time! Think, Phoenix. How can I prove the murder took place during the wedding reception? If Pierce committed the murder during the reception, then he had to have used the murder weapon. He had to. Yes. The weapon that was used to strike the victim twice. According to the autopsy report, the victim was hit by the same object both times. So without a doubt, the Pierce used it to commit the murder. The weapon used to kill Bloomsbury has to be the timekeeper. If Pierce struck the victim during that one single moment, then he must have used the timekeeper. Come to think, wasn't it also used for something else during the reception? During the reception, the timekeeper was also used for the first startup of love. The timekeeper had been activated. It's still dormant. If we activate the timekeeper again now, and we find any trace evidence of the murder, that would be conclusive proof that Gloomsbury was killed during the reception. And that would be the end of it all. A special ceremony took place during the reception in question. What kind of a special ceremony? It was called the first startup of love. Apparently, the couple activated the timekeeper for the first time during it. Does that mean the timekeeper here in the evidence isn't activated at the moment? And what would happen if we were to activate it? Why don't we see for ourselves? It will give us a chance to examine it. And while we're at it, we might just find some conclusive evidence. What?
No, you can't activate it.
Mr. Niggity, keep quiet, or I'll have you thrown out of court. By the way, Mr. Wright, this is supposed to be a time machine, correct? We aren't going to be traveling back in time to the Stone Age or anything, are we? I don't think we have to worry too much about that, Your Honor. I am still a little nervous. Nonetheless, but the truth must be known. Very well. Go ahead and shut up the timekeeper. You know how to, Nick? I think so. Maybe.
The bride and the groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, it was romantic.
Let's see. I think the symbol of the groom's love must be the timekeeper itself. The bride's love together with the timekeeper. Oh, I know. Mr. Wright, are you ready to activate the time machine now? Yes, Your Honor. The symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper is the pendant.
Take that!
Miss Wyatt's pendant is the symbol of the bride's love that's necessary for activating the timekeeper. What? And does that mean you can start it up with Miss Wyatt's pendant? I believe so, Your Honor. Very well. Please, try it now, Mr. Wright. Alright, here I go. But first I have to figure out where the pendant goes.
Well, I would assume it goes right here.
This hole looks like a good spot. I'll try setting the pendant in there. Perfect. It fits. This must be the right spot. Now I just have to find a place to insert the key. The outer casing is made of metal. I'm sure one want to get hit by something like this. This hole in the middle of the pendant. Could this be it? It worked. The timekeeper's been activated. Now all I have to do is find proof that the crime was committed during the reception. This would have been romantic. If it weren't for this. I think I found it. Conclusive evidence that the murder was committed during the wedding reception. Just as I suspected, there's evidence of the murder inside the timekeeper, Mr. Nickety. The timekeeper was only activated and opened during the wedding reception, right?
No! Stop!
So that means this is conclusive proof that the crime was committed during the reception. After you killed the victim under the cover of the fog, you closed the timekeeper to hide the bloodstain, didn't you?
No! You're wrong! I didn't kill Bloomsbury! It wasn't me, I told you!
Objection!
Give it up, Mr. Nickety. How could the defendant, who was in the middle of the pledging her love, have possibly committed the murder with everyone watching her?
It was the family! Yes, all the family members conspired together to kill him!
Objection!
There's no way you can talk your way out of this, Mr. Nickety. During the reception, during that one dreamlike moment, only one person could have used the timekeeper to beat the victim to death. And that one person was you, Pierce Nickety.
No! No, this isn't over yet. I won't give up. Oh no, I cut the artery. This stupid thing. Stop the bleeding now. Give me forceps.
Forceps, I said! Hey, where is everyone? Fine. I'll manage this alone.
I'll do it all by myself. I can fix anything. Repair anything. You have to get better. You have to live. I would have been able to save her. If only I hadn't listened to her. If only I treated her first. If only that sword hadn't been there. Selena. Yo, someone go get a doctor. He's had a heart attack. Witness, are you finally ready to tell us the truth? Just as the lawyer deduced. So it was all a revenge scheme against Sora and Sprocket. Do you have any idea how hard it is to lose someone you love right in front of you? Selena's condition was clearly more critical than Sora's. In spite of that, she said, Sprocket's last words. So that's what she really meant by those words. I was able to grant her wish. For the price of her life. So you got a job with Sprocket Aviation and waited for your chance to take revenge. You got close to Mr. Gloomsbury and hatched this plot, is that right? Gloomsbury already bore a grudge against Sora. So when I tempted him with an even better position, he immediately took the bait. It was your accomplice. Someone who shared the same goal as you. Why was it necessary for you to kill him? Expect Soren to strike Bloomsbury on the Vista deck. Certainly could never have imagined he'd make it all his way there, along the outside wall. Soren's love is the real deal after all. My plan had been compromised. For the time being, I hid his body in the lantern. I tried to think of my next move. And then Mr. Gloomsbury came to during the second wedding reception. As soon as I saw Gloomsbury, I instantly hit upon an idea. To pin the blame on Gloomsbury's murder on Ellen. He tried to break up the couple by making the bride go out to be a murderer. How despicable. So one was getting the company and the wedding. Both things that were supposed to be Selena's. He took every happiness from her. Who's the despicable one here? Do you think what you did would make her happy? I know it wouldn't! But I couldn't just stand by, watching Soren enjoy his happiness. I was going to have Soren taste the same pain I had, and then take over Sprocket Aviation. I would take back from him all of the happiness that was rightfully Selena's. Time stopped for me the day I lost her. Just like this pocket watch of hers.
Pierce,
Miss Wyatt?
I believe Selena would have said, leave this ill will behind. Your time is yours to live.
It's too late for me. Time will never advance for me ever again. What? It can't be. See now, Selena. What I did was wrong. I see no further need to continue this trial. Bailiff, please take Mr. Nickety away and make sure he keeps that pocket watch. Here's Nickety, another inconsolable time traveler who lived in time that stood still. Now then, I must render my verdict regarding the defendant. Your Honor, before you give your ruling, would you please allow me a moment? Very well.
Ellen, there's something I need to say to you. Yes, Soren? I put you through something truly horrible. This whole thing happened all because of me. I would understand if you wanted to call off our marriage. What? course not. I'd never once thought that.
If you stay with me, you'll only face even more trying times in the future.
What do you mean?
The truth of this incident, and the car accident before it. I'm going to tell the public everything. I expect the company's reputation will suffer, and I'll take a lot of criticism. But I feel it can only really start over once I get everything out in the open.
Soren,
After all that's happened, I might not have the right to ask you this, but... Well... how should I say this? Maybe I'll just... A life with me probably won't be very easy, but... Will you marry me?
yes, of course I will. Dummy.
Your Honor, thank you for this time. Please, continue with your ruling.
Very well. But first, I have one question. Do the two of you pledge your eternal love for each other to the goddess of justice, Themis?
I do, Your Honor.
I do.
Does the prosecution or the defense have any objections?
Well done, Your Honor. No, no objections here.
The defense has no objections either, Your Honor. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Ah, that's not right. This court finds the defendant, Alan Sprocket, not guilty. And a hearty congratulations to the both of them.
Like old times.
This court is adjourned.
I agree, that was an adorable bit.
September 23rd, 11:36 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3.
Ellen, Soren, congratulations.
Mr. Wright, I can't thank you enough. If you hadn't exposed the truth, Soren and I wouldn't... We wouldn't...
But now you can finally start your new life together, right?
Oh, thank you!
Mr. Wright, we'll be holding our real wedding ceremony in the near future. Would you do us the honor of coming? I want you to witness our fresh start.
Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. And Ellen, this time I'll finally be happily ever after, right?
Oh, yes.
The two of you have persevered and overcome this trial together. Now, no matter what obstacles come in your way, I'm sure you'll be able to handle them just fine. And there's another thing I'm sure of too. This person will always be watching over the two of you. I think this belongs to you.
Take that!
Selena. Yes, I think you're right. And we promise to live our life to the fullest. Let me try that one more time. And we promise to live life to the fullest for Selena's sake too.
That was really adorable that you just screwed up there.
Hush, you! Right, Soren?
That's right. Well, we better be on our way.
Yes, love.
Ah, the bridal carry. Wow, the old threshold carry, huh? Way to show off.
We'll be seeing you. Goodbye for now.
I've been looking forward to that wedding.
Hold on tight, Ellen.
You better believe I will. I'm never letting you go.
Guys, there's a ceiling. Okay, they're gone. There they go.
You're not thinking of going to that wedding all by yourself, are you, boss?
You're taking us too, right? Oh boy, I bet there's gonna be all kinds of fancy food there.
Athena, when did you get here?
Just now. I would have been here to cheer you on earlier, but Juicy never gave me a chance to slip away.
You're gonna be in even bigger trouble with her later. Speaking of the wedding, maybe I should ask him to invite Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth? Really? But he thought Ellen was guilty all the way to the end.
That may be true, but... Even after all this time, Edgeworth only cares about the truth. Just like old times, he hasn't changed a bit. If he hadn't stood up for us when he did, the trial probably would have ended there.
You mean Mr. Edgeworth gave us that chance?
Maybe. Though knowing him, I doubt he'd ever tell, even if I asked.
Well, if that's how you feel about it, Nick, then why not try to get him invited? Hey, Maya, have you ever tried to catch the bouquet? What? No. I never have either. Fighting over a bouquet that's been tossed by the bride. Talking about fierce competition. I'm totally stoked. Not sure it's really supposed to be all that competitive. I'm a pretty good jumper, so I think I've got a chance.
She is definitely missing the point of the whole thing. And Larry, how did you manage to stay so quiet for so long? Shut up! Wishing the lady you fell in love with every happiness is what a real man does! Pretty sure that relationship was over before it even began, Larry. Damn it all. When I was 10 years younger, things would have gone differently. Ends of time. Why won't you turn back for me? September 30th, 9:20 a.m. Sprocket Park, mooring dock. Today is Ellen and Soren's third wedding ceremony and reception. I heard the bride and the groom insisted it be on the Flying Chapel again. In the end, they were nice enough to invite me and Maya, and Athena kind of invited herself. They also invited Edgeworth, Emma, and even Larry. They say third time's the charm, right? I really do hope it's happily ever after for them this time around. Still, I get the feeling it's going to be one rowdy party. Especially with Larry involved. Ah, well.
Ready when you are. Okay, here we go! Huh?
Oh, hey! Look who's next! Huh?
Get back! Haven't you ever heard of ladies' first?
I'm truly blessed to have you.
Aw, now that's a cute happily ever after. The end. Oh, look at that! Congrats, we've unlocked a special bonus in the music and background settings screen. Okay. And with that, I've got one last thing to do. I agree, poor Larry. He won, but he also lost in the end. Now, there's just one last thing left for us to do. To the museum! Now we can see the key visual illustrations. This appears to be the cover for the game. Oh yeah, Larry could definitely score if he cleaned up his act. Absolutely.
And here's the whole crew. Oh god, not the magic panties again. And here's the story digest for the episodes coming up. Wait, there's an official visual book? I'll have to look at that. Now for the character designs. Of course, we have Mr. Right. And Apollo. And there's Athena. And here's Maya. Huh. So in one of her designs, she was supposed to have a Kuragata hat, I think it's called. And there's Raifa Padma Kurain. I'd like to point out how similar her middle name is to Padme from Star Wars. And here's some concept art of her, it appears. And here's Nayuda. That's what he was originally gonna look like? I'm sorry, I can't help but laugh. It appears the very light periwinkle hair was always a staple. He was gonna be riding on a horse? What? And here's Emma. Oh, Simon! Good to see ya. There's Trucy again. And Mr. Edgeworth, of course. And here's Albie and Shadow. Yeah. Ah, yes. Gasp in pain. And here's peace, love, and understanding. Oh, and here's some concept art of him. He used to have the glasses. Oh, no. Ah, Betty and Bunny. I do love the adorable bunnies. Aww. And here's Roger Rettins. And here's Believe in Me.
Oh, was she originally going to have a thing where she threw her veil off? I don't know if we saw that or not. At least in court. And here's Trust in Me. And here's him leaving his body from shock. And here's That's a Rebel. All right. Interesting. And here's Bucky. Originally, his hair was supposed to look like a giant shrimp. Okay. And here's Giru. Giru in different costumes. Hang on a minute. Can I take a screenshot of that, please? Thank you. And here's Undo Tornado. And here's his personalities coming into play. And here's Army Buff. Let's see. Originally, her copter design was going to be orange. Originally, it was going to be more of a quadcopter design. And she originally had a bomb pillow. And then it turned into a communist-looking bear. Or a red star bear. Red army camouflage. This is just adorable. And here's Politician. Oh, okay. And here's Dirk. So apparently the eye patch was a thing that came later in development. And here's Inga Karkul Korain. Wait, that's what his goatee looks like? What the hell? Oh, originally he had the Thanos glove. And there's Nana. So it looks like she didn't change much through development. And here's the Queen, Amara Sigatar Kurahin. So it looks like Amara didn't change much through development at all. And Garan didn't change at all either. And here's Larry again. His suit's changed development a couple of times. And here he is in his original suits. And rocking an afro, of course. Honestly, if they put the afro on, I would barely recognize him. And here's Ellen, the happy bride. I really hope that she gave that man a good cleaning. Here's Soren. And here he is in his wedding tux.
It only happened once, but yeah, he jammed his thumb on the pencil. And here's Pierce Nickety. I still want that shoulder robot. All right, Pierce went through quite a couple of changes, it looks like. So did his robot. Looks like here it's more of a handheld device. It looks like more like a teddy bear, honestly. Ah, here's the Karenese judge. Originally, he wasn't even going to have a gavel, it looks like. He was just going to sit meditating. And here's Patrol. And here's the Great Mysterious. Taifu Tornado and Parades a lot. And here's Archie Buff and Dove Justice. The horns are genetic. Dumas Gloomsbury. Selena Sprocket. The Holy Mother and Lady Kura. The Garan Royal Guard. They're set up with rifles, pistols, and a sword. Here's a special episode ending anime designs. And here's the DLC costumes. Super deformed character art for Phoenix Wright. Super deformed character art for Apollo. Don't blame me, look at the top. It says super deformed character art. Also, I would love an anime in this art style, please and thank you. I will pay for it. Commission Pieces promotional pixel art. Aw, look at the sprites. That's adorable. And that's all of them. We have all the in-game illustrations already presented. Do we have anything for the backgrounds? Yes, we do. The Kingdom of Kurain. Yo, that's a hell of a yak. So, what is this supposed to be? Temple? No, the shrine place that we went in the second episode, I believe. Third, whichever. And here's the burial chamber. And here's Take Two TV studio. I keep forgetting about the freaking gambling thing. And here's Truzy's magic show. Originally, we were supposed to be able to go into a bus to look at people, look around, and doesn't look like it worked out. The Divination Seance. Originally, the smoke was going to rise up out of the pot and show what was going on. Interesting. All right. Now we got movies. Actually, hold on. Go back to the art library real quick. Here's the box art for the game. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney commemorative by Kazuya Nuri. DD Commemorative Minoboshitaro. It's a fighting game. All right. It looks like we're all done here. So, with everything being said, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to make an impact in someone's life today. Make it a great one. I'm going to take the day off tomorrow because this has been a 7.5-hour stream. Good God. But after that, I'll see you guys on Thursday for the start of Yu-Gi-Oh! Nightmare Troubadour. See you guys then.